This is last year back in another stream. It's been and we're just gonna be talking for a bit while I play hardcore Minecraft Bedrock since I'm early. WrestleMania 40 was crazy, chat. But yeah, I probably just figure out find a YouTuber who has a long Minecraft hardcore series and have y'all watch do those. Unless you want to do part two of finishing all the Overwatch channel videos and stuff. But yeah. I found one of those sheets, bro. See, I have to grab. Let's see. Alright, let me craft me a furnace real quick. And then I will try. You will have no freedom. No. Sheep, I will fight you. I will fight for the loss of your freedom. Right now, sheep. I don't care. You are now mine. Let's waste almost a whole thing of cups. Well, now I'm gonna build my house and train these two villages. Okay. So I was gonna actually go and just craft shields, but I was like, never mind. Then start. In my opinion, I survived 7 days already in Minecraft hardcore. Now it's crazy on Minecraft Bedrock they got the icons just one hit you to death in a hardcore mode. Okay, this village is some ass. Boom, bush chest. There's 2 pieces of bread and a book. I will be needing that book. Let's see. Hello, person who's watching. Can you figure out which one? Hello, person. Wait, I don't know your name because you haven't typed in comments. I did not want to. No, all I'm gonna say.
Joe also tried to steal the like it was like a fast one.
Anyways, or oh my god.
Like it's like
Oh, I'm still in this real quick.
He tried to break it out.
Okay, so my sheep is over there. We are sleeping on this mountain. And please hit. Okay, thank you. It's about time to start building houses again. How fun. Now I'm wondering, should I build a whole city in freaking hardcore? Because this, like, I'm just waiting for it to actually come to actual Minecraft so I can actually stream the gameplay. Because they have it where on actual Bedrock, I mean on Preview, I can't stream it at all, which pisses me off. Why am I? Give me some more bread.
I suck at drawing.
No, but I know for PC you can do it, but this PC is pretty tough. I need my own PC. Which, to be honest, I'm trying to figure something out. So 7 at 25. So it was originally the total price was going to be 220. Maybe 180. Okay, so I don't sign up for the. See, that's the thing. The sibling lesson. The siblings actions.
Yeah. If you could know by
Going all the sugar cane because we gotta make maps because it's a new thing. No time sheet. Minecraft that you can do. I'm sorry, but if you're not a pink sheep, you have to die because pink sheep's like one of the rarest sheeps in Minecraft, and I found it. I need to find a name tag so I can name it so it don't despawn. I'm gonna be really upset when it despawns. Yeah, check. It
who's that? Who is it?
This was a waste of cobblestone creeper. All because I was trying to hunt down a sheep. A pink sheep. This is one of the rare sheeps in Minecraft. Bruh. Let's see. I'm done with this bullshit. Charlie, though. Y'all don't know what Charlie is what I name my Minecraft dog every time I get one. Holy moly. To be honest, I want to get that one weapon that just one shots every single freaking my mob. Like, bruh. I need to make an automatic sugarcane farm again. And I just found a good cave.
I said yeah. I said yeah. Not that.
Come on. Fight. Because I'm actually fighting mobs in hardcore mode. That is one.
Okay. Wow, you're not gonna tell me what you're talking about. No, okay. You don't like doing that in front of people? I love you back. Can you want to say back to me?
Yo, the zombie. Chill. I can't afford dying in this world. Okay, nah. Y'all tripping. Nah. Ain't no way there's a full on herd of zombies right here. See, all I was gonna do was just do this. Okay, okay, chill, chill, chill.
I love you. Yes, I do. Yeah, mom, she's mine. Remember that. I had her first. I had her first. Uh, and I still have her. She's not happy. She's mine. She's my baby. I love her. Yes. No, happy. You can come up with them.
I was lucky. She had 1.5 heart.
I love you. I do. I'll do anything to squeeze my leg. No, I did not. I meant to ask that. Okay. Good. Okay, good. Hey, Jacob stood up to me last morning when me and Matthew at bed. He said, I will never touch, he was like, Matthew didn't have to trash talk her like that and all that. Like, he's like, I'll never talk bad about him and all that. Oh my god, I'll have it. Tracy, off of me.
Ooh, diamonds. Just one.
Tracy, will get off of me. Can I put the in? You told me I had to tell you. What do you want to say? You made us stay up last night. Hey, man. No, I don't. No, happy. I'll cry. I'll kill myself. He's more than that. Yeah.
Yeah, you do. only one long reel. Really just one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Hmm?
Yeah.
That's it.
No, yeah.
I had to. I'm dead. If he hits me once. Okay. Ooh. Oh, dude. One hit by the thing. Let's get a little shit out of me. Like, dead ass. Eugene at 2.5 hearts. I need to get the fuck out of this damn place.
Ew, I made myself so
No. Yeah. That's some bullshit. But shit. Oh, base cam and the mic off. I'm gonna be playing videos and stuff. Hold on. One minute, didn't it?
Into a pretty spectacular world. A lot has happened here since I released my case. We're incredibly close. Being the end of the road. I used it for the first time in a long time, but it was in a real place. So, if there was one day on this entire adventure that was the single worst day to lose the world, it must have been that one. You'll find out why, but first, let's rewind a bit to day 5001. My entire world is connected through this nether hub. A block in the nether equals 8 blocks in the overworld, so going through this dimension is often used for fast travel. The structure is so big that every location has left for my main base has during the 1000. We went on a trip that took us well beyond the area that the nether hub covers. The mission for that day was to venture out into unexplored terrain because the 1.7 update had just come out. To make sure that the world stayed as connected as it was, I decided that we were going to find new chunks at a stronghold location. That way, we could fly over the nether roof to get to that area, but use the end portal to travel back through the end statue. That doesn't just save the trouble of a return flight, it does something way more important. It makes the world feel like one connected world, rather than being a scrapbook of separate, disconnected projects. Once I had located the end portal and found the perfect spot, I decided to take some time to make up for a missed opportunity. Something I did when I first started the world. I was in a bit of a rush to the project. So I rushed past it. I made an early house, but it never felt like a home. Just an industrial ag with villagers, and now that we were far, far away from everything I had built up to this point, I decided it was time to make up for that. We were gonna fix the absence of a nice starter house with a vacation home. As I built this nice, small project, I traveled around the surrounding area looking for all the new things. The 1.17 update. The first part of and Cliffs had brought a lot of cool stuff into the game to find, except for actual caves and cliffs, of course. Exploring new stuff was still the best feeling though. Back then, I could only imagine how cool it would be to finally explore all the new terrain in the second part of the update. I couldn't wait to be around about all of this. But axolotls, amethyst geodes, dripstone, and moss were amazing additions to what I already believed to be the best game in the world. As I got all the new things sorted out, but one, I didn't get my hands on drip leaf yet. The time to say goodbye to the vacation home and make my way to the project that would be my main focus during this 1,000-day arc. The city of Looneyville. After I had finished the Heart of the Sea, or the Heart of the Season in full, I made a map room that captured the image of a huge area surrounding my base. An area about as big as a part of my world that was later covered by an open stretch of ocean, and I decided that would be really cool to be written into the fabric of the was the beginning of living. So it ended up being a thriving port city at the center of our story. There's a lot of work to be done to complete this project, so I returned to Looneyville and took another that I had planned out. Getting this project to work is quite a challenge because I have to design the city within the limit of the letter frames while making it look and feel as an place that people can wander around. The challenging part is that not all the letters are actually connected, so we needed to come up with creative solutions to cross the water. Sometimes, building with blue blocks can do the trick and make the build blend into the water on the map. In the Craft District, I had to cross a gap that was too wide, so I decided to go under the water rather than over it. While we built this tunnel, I came across this little guy. So as per tradition, we got him in a boat and brought him over to the Heart of the Sea Underground Museum. This museum has been here for a long time, and over the course of having something for that long, the way you think about it changes. Early on, the Heart of the Sea and Looneyville were separate projects in my mind, quite far away from each other. More recently though, I think of it as the greater Looneyville area, and as time goes on, they will become more and more intertwined. As for the museum, that's a story in and of itself. When I started it, I called it the Mob Head Museum. That's what it was initially for. I wanted a place to display the mob heads I collected during thunderstorms. When I built it, I thought that this room was just fine, but the 204 display spaces that I had here filled up rather quick, so I made a room with more than 3 times the space, so I could collect. The collection grew past the 1,218 heads that I had room for as well. At this point, we were steadily approaching 2,000 heads, so the museum needed to be expanded once more. With that expansion in mind, I mined out a giant room before 5,000 days, where I already built this art installation out of the 217 shulker boxes found around the world on my 1-year anniversary. They were left behind at all the projects I had built in that year. Before we got to day 6,000, I wanted this place to be designed and decorated too. When I thought of the design for the room, I felt like it was time to make something special. Give you guys something close to me without you even knowing. The design I with for the room wasn't entirely made from scratch. It's an adaptation of earlier work I made before I started playing Minecraft. A little peek into my previous art project. A little glimpse of both the past and the future. There's software to make builds like these, but I think it's much more rewarding to figure challenges out yourself. So I made a design in Photoshop that I would freestyle onto the ceiling off stream. Things like these, where you're designing on a pixel level, take an amount of counting, recounting, and attention to detail that I can combine with doing an entertaining stream and talking to you guys. So on stream, we focus our attention on the rest of the room, and while doing that, we had a moment. For any of you who ever doubted the glow, this moment right here is why they are absolutely amazing. Moving light sources are the beginning of a development that I believe in the years to come will take light design in mind. It's hard to even imagine right now. For starters, I pillars in this room for a little bit of extra magic. Once done, hold while out the ceiling, and we focus our attention back on Looneyville. Coming up, that adventure seriously of its course. Since I had no idea things were about to change, I just took it one step at a time, fixing whatever problem was in front of me each day. Even when it wasn't raining, the city looked quite grey, so I decided that we had to do a little of landscaping before anything else. To get that done, we expanded the industrial basement under the Heart of the Sea with an automated moss farm, and soon the area that will be the Looneyville City Gardens looked completely different. All the while, we were spending time in the overworld, which had been a long time ago, because the previous two in the end, because of that, thunderstorms and was growing at unprecedented rates. Still unaware of what was coming, we worked on different parts of the city as we built a mine for a full stream to get the resources for the roof because we had a mayor. We constructed a sign at the entire definitely still on the top. Even if it gave us PTSD flashbacks to this moment. And finally, we started construction of a hospital. We looked from the sky, and then something changed it all. It sounded pretty daunting right there, but what actually happened is a golden speed bump, the best speed bump in the world. Because of you guys' amazing support, I had just hit the unreal milestone of 500,000 subscribers the week before, which we celebrated with fireworks on the stream. Even though they're insane, don't do at the same time, the numbers represent something really bad. The matter is being by creating things because you guys I make. I go back to the city where I went to university. In the world, a city most of my best amazing apartment, but it has one pretty major downside. It's an old building, and I'm still waiting for internet to be installed. I haven't been able to home since I'm in that challenging situation. And is doing 6 though, because I knew you guys were there, and I could be there for you too, even if I wasn't able to. I had time that I don't get around if I'm streaming to sit down and do a crazy 7 days with 1995 hours of playtime. That means I've slept the equivalent of full nights in or and slept. I thought it would be really cool to take that no sleep approach to a fresh world and do a 100-day video. And in real life, that video was a fun change of scenery and the challenge itself was wild, but after I finished the edit, I was very excited to get back on the Looney Advance. There was still no fast internet. I came up with a series that I called the Stream Gap Episodes, so I could continue working in the world even if I couldn't. First episode with forward. I had to make that ceiling that we talked about earlier. According for that video, I almost the world getting to the ceiling to plunging. I had to get up there in a room that I overflowed with water because I like the light reflected. That made walking around the room a slow process, so I decided to place being made from the hot lab so they wouldn't spawn anymore. The entire outline. And I put the ceiling in place prepared to take the support beams down. That's where things went absolutely wrong. But it called it the worst possible day to lose the world. Now, that's not a joke. It isn't something I would say lightly either. But I remember thinking that exactly the moment after the incident happened. To understand why it would have been the worst day, I should tell you what I had been up to in the month leading up to it. While I was finishing the edit of Insomnia Twitter announcement, for one day, see vacations for up-end content. Now that felt like a bill I could fit. So together with my deceased friends, I made an application for MCC Rising. We made sure it looked good, but once the application was done and submitted, there was nothing we could do there. The thing I knew that maybe I could be a part of it. I wanted a chance to perform. So for the entire month, I worked general my friends. We went slided 20 games in a row, aim a little and got communication. I looked at the MCC games where I could actually win it, and I got those consistent enough to perform when the pressure was on. And then the team selections came through one by one. I kept hope until the very last one, but we unfortunately make it, and I have to admit that hit me harder than I expected. I would have loved it so much to work to be ready for it, but we weren't going to be a part of it. Some of my friends got in and I was excited for them, but I had to wait for another chance. So the next morning, I did the only thing that made sense. And I booted up my computer to finish the episode I've been working on. I started removing the beams I've been using to decorate the ceiling, and on that morning, as I was processing, this skeleton decided that it was probably time to end my hardcore world. The amount of things that were wrong here is not okay. This was one of the scenarios previously described as a moment where I could actually unexpecting. My bar was a mess. I had no shield in there, no weapon, no chest plate. I couldn't move around. Then, at a little bit of unfortunate circumstances, this guy's bow dropped, and he had power 4 and flame on the thing. That bow, that monster of a bow, just about put an end to the Looney adventure the day after I learned that we'd be missing out on MCC Rising. I would have really hated it if that's how it went down. This moment also made me hate not being able to stream. If it were to end in a moment like this, I want to share that moment with you guys. Luckily though, that day wasn't the day. We're still here. So I better make the most of it. With no MCC practice to worry about it anymore, I doubled down on video. Started our just inspired by Jahina. They're a great way to make something interesting to watch. While I also make the first thing I wanted to do was a massive and radiant. It's just like the pretty insane. As I brought all of that from my 10-hour quest. The mess though was the diamond armor. We'll use all that armor as part of a build that will get to after 6,000 days. While thinking what not being able to stream the world, that this was probably the best to fix issues that remained unresolved in time. Fix the search for both the gold farm, move the map room away from the heart of the sea to improve FPS, and then I got ready for the 10-hour challenge planned. There's literally one day in the year when you can find unique Halloween mobs in your Minecraft world. Well, that is if you don't want to mess with your computer's date and time to cheat extra Halloween hours. But you guys know how to think about these things. The one thing that makes Halloween mobs so awesome is these spawn. Well, I know it would be a thing, but this time I've been waiting for it. So when October 31st came alarm and spent embarrassed, fine. I want to find it so I'll try again next year. Still, the collection grew by so from some of these I did find me, just didn't have a pumpkin. A few days later, I built a museum for Halloween mobs to stay, and I sorted in their display areas. Or whatever spot I still had room for ready. But by this time, my mind was somewhere else. I enjoyed making smaller videos about my world progress for you guys while I wasn't streaming, but there was a clear downside to it as well. Trying to capture big projects in lots of smaller videos just isn't really my thing. The idea of making that special effort, it gets in the way of a Looney adventure and makes it just an adventure. As I made the video on the Crafts District, that realization really settled in. For video purposes, I had to finish it, but it felt generic to me. It felt like milking the smallest insignificant thing for content. I'm aware that's probably not what it looked like at all, but more. So my mind kept lingering at that other 10-hour challenge I had done. The for me. And I told you guys how tedious some of these big projects can get. Still, they are absolutely worth doing. To me, they're more worth doing than small stuff. So I decided that there was one other thing I could do at this time where I couldn't stream regularly. I could not bore you guys to death by terraforming underwater on stream every day. Just get it out of the way without making noise about it in small episodes. So I got busy connecting Looneyville to the ocean floor down below. No more floating city. I was going to integrate the project into the world around it. The funny thing is that while I was making wireframes, filling them in, covering them with gravel at the base, and then adding kelp, glow lichen, and seagrass, while I was doing all of that next level terraforming, that was the week that the second part of Caves and Cliffs came out. So while I spent hours and hours crafting nice terrain, I saw lots of people explore those beautiful 1.18 landscapes on their streams. That got me really excited to update my own world. But I had to finish some things before I could update. First, I had to make my way to day 6,000. So I worked on those underwater mountains and started getting ready for the 6,000 day stream, which I streamed from the studio of one of my best friends. Streaming there was awesome, by the way, and I'm literally forever grateful for him hosting me on a few special occasions. Both because streaming at terrible enabled me to share some special moments I wouldn't out on. There was my birthday stream that we did a week late because I had a call on my voice was kind of messed up. 1,100 people showed up that day, right at the start. I had streamed in over 2 months at that. That day was absolutely and really fun. Another stream that wasn't as busy, but arguably more special to me. I got to take part in the Red Creator Cup, a charity event for COVID relief in a place where it was most needed. Paid off as the mention prize in 2 of the 5 categories. One we raised a ton of money doubled to the Gates Foundation. Everyone who shared that stream had made a difference. I was really stoked to be able to do my part with something positive that I care about, and I love being in an event with other creators. As head of my new homes were some of my highlights that we need to change about what to do it. But live streams and big booths are the perfect. So I really makes my videos isn't the same. Secret to share 6,000 day stream with you guys and have the fireworks at the end to the end 1,000 arc. To me, this one is a chapter that was overdue for the end. And really a chapter featuring houses and deep caves, a chapter where we still have to wait a bit for inside my new home. Once we get that in person and do 24-hour face review stream. If you heard about that delay first time, I apologize for the long wait. But sure, all the content that I've planned out for you and the crazy studio setup that I built for it, for whatever time is left in between now and that face review, I streams. I can't get back to the daily grind until they come and finally my tables. But while we wait, I'm going to do stripes for my old studio every few weeks. To pick up my setup, move it 200 kilometers, and for a bit. But it will be you can't walk a crazy adventure. If this was your first time here, I want to thank you. If you want to know well to the Looney Adventure.
I wanna
I have decided to put all 5,000 days of hardcore Minecraft adventure in one epic movie for you guys. What can I say? I just look at it. You can see how my world progresses, but you also get to see crazy adventures found in the previous world. I had to record while falling into the void, and I had to defeat not only mobs but also game-breaking glitches on my way to day 5,000. You can download my world on Patreon if you want to support me, or you can get my starter house schematic there for free. All yours, zero doubloons. Grab your snack, sit back, and enjoy the movie. Okay, let's go. This is going to be an epic journey. What is this spawn? I think I might be stuck here. Never mind, I can get some dirt and get out. I seriously spawned next to the only village that doesn't have any hay bales? That's such a scam! This cave looks like the perfect day one base. Let's get geared up. Alright, I have all the basics and sweet dreams, but skipping nights is for noobs. So let's get a move on. I want to find a cool place for a starter house now. And the best way to find cool terrain is flying around in Spectator. I can do that? Okay, then we have to find an Elytra. That's how you pronounce it. I didn't know either. Anyway, you can get an Elytra in the end. That means I have to beat the game first. Let me just make some iron. Hello? There's no more iron here, I guess. I guess I'll just have a bucket for now. Oh, it's morning already. I've been wanting to check out that ravine I spawned into. That's what I thought. There's a massive cave down there. I can even see a mine shaft. Let's get the iron there. Yeah, I'm not jumping down there. I'll just make my way down here and build a staircase. I found a good amount of iron. There's a stray man in my bed. I'm sorry, sir. I'm not really into that sort of big though. You know, with a big nose. Alright, I found a lot of iron. Let's make a full kit. Your bed is ready to go into the nether. Now I just need to find a lava pool. I think there's a good chance we can find one down in the cave. I found these really cool shaders that make ores glow. Link down in the description. Oh, there's the lava pool I need. Yo, I found my first diamonds. Hang on. I found a... Oh, there's more diamonds here. I'm taking this golden apple and more diamonds. A portal? Here we go. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I have seen better spawns. Let's get some food first, because all I have right now is rotten flesh. Oh god! It's a little busy down here. We're fine, I'm fine. Get out of here, you creep. Okay, I'm up to the surface for a bit. Okay, I got all of it. Back to the nether. Hold on, this is the first solid cluster of diamonds I found. Here we go. I'm an idiot. I got caught up looking for more diamonds, and now my food is gone. And I need more. Let me just zoom over this ice river to see what we can find. There's a ruined portal here. That's like the gold blocks for piglin trades. What the heck are these boots? I'm sure they'll survive the wind. Okay, I'm on my way back to the cave. And another ruined gold here. Okay, maybe gold. I got a lot of food now and almost a stack of gold. It's time to get into the other. Get this ender. Get this ender. Oh, that's my escape. If things go wrong. Dig until I find some open terrain. Still sucks. I don't like all this lava. Okay, warped forest can be good for ender pearls. Well, it's the smallest forest I've seen though. Let's check this ruined portal. Take the obsidian. Ooh, fire protection pans. Let's turn off the shaders though. This lava is way too bright. No way, check it out. The base of a fortress pillar. Ooh, I hope this piglin will trade me a fire res potion, because I do not want to find places without it. Okay, he got me 2 potions and 3 pearls. Let's drink one and tower up to the fortress. Oh, I should have seen this from below, but the blaze spawner is right here. Yo, what the heck? Double blaze spawner? Never seen this work myself. That's crazy. Oh god, there's so many. I'm just closing this off so we don't get any wither skeletons joining the fight. Yo, this is too intense. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I got 10 rolls. It's epic. Let's get back out of the nether through that ruined portal. Okay, I'm in a cave. That's interesting. I'll just get to the surface, but then we have to figure something out. This is where my adventure becomes a little different than any other hardcore world on YouTube. I've decided not to use coordinates from the F3 screen. Why? Well, if you know your coordinates and the coordinates of where you want to go, then every journey becomes a straight line. That's kind of boring, so I'm gonna look for something I recognize instead. Took a bit of running around, but I think I've seen this ice river before. Yo, there's XP orbs on the ground. I've been here before. I think that means that if we go through the forest here, and sure enough, by the time morning came around, I managed to make my way home. I have blaze rods now. I just need to ender pearls for ender eyes, and then I can find the stronghold. Traded sticks for emeralds with a flesher, and then emeralds for pearls with a cleric, and we're almost there. Okay, here we go. Let me set the stage here. This moment, sweaty hands. I had just lost my 2-year hardcore world a few days before, and 1,000 people were watching my live stream as I entered the end. Fighting the dragon in hardcore is always scary, but this one hit different. Okay, let's do this. Shaders off, focus on. I just gotta get up on the island and shoot the crystals. Oh god, my aim. I'm sweating. Focus up, I got this. There we go. Okay, that was the last crystal. Yo, these enemy men are mad. Okay, she's perching. Just wait here. Oh god. Oh, there's way too many. Get out of here, get out of here, get out of here. Okay, it's good. She launched them. Yo, what the heck? He just ran into my line of sight. Like an idiot, I ran out to the edge of the island and placed down my water so the enderman couldn't hit me. Bad choice. No! Fireball on the water! Oh, I gotta kill this guy. I gotta kill this guy. Okay. Get my water back. Easy heal. Yo, she's getting low. One last perch. This is it. This is it. Yes! 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 As the dragon died, I stepped into the portal back to the overworld. Then when the credits rolled, it hit me. This was the beginning of a new hardcore adventure. The last one was truly insane, and now I had to do one better. This is going to be an interesting journey. The next day, my adventure continued on stream. I forgot to record the raw footage, and my hair made me look like a much younger, but mostly much pinker Simon Cowell. But I got a looting 3 sword, so it was all good. I hunted creepers for gunpowder, and made it back to the end to get my elytra. So let's skip past the basics and get to the interesting stuff, shall we? I bridged over the void backwards with cobble slabs, towered up to the first end ship I came across, killed the shulker guarding it, and got my elytra. After another hour or so looting end cities for all the gear I needed, I made my way out of the end. Okay, so now it's time to find a location for my starter house. Well, actually, almost. Just to make sure my progress was sustainable and I could fly around as much as I wanted, I got myself a mending villager, I built an enderman farm to max out my enchantments and repair my gear, and I made a mob farm with a sugarcane farm on top to get gunpowder and paper for rockets. Yes, this thing is made out of dirt. What do you mean it's ugly? What the heck, dude? 1v1 me, bro! PvP Legacy vs. 8 and I'll kick your... Sorry about that. I've been spending too much time hanging out with Clampiers. He's a terrible influence. Actually, I made it out of dirt, so I can take it down when I don't need it anymore. We have everything I need for now. Let's find a starter house location. I've been flying around for a while now, and I just came across this thing. I've never had a witch farm. That could be a cool base location, but not really the best starter house spot. Yo, what? Look at this crazy thing. That's the biggest, goofiest flying rock I've ever seen in game. Yeah, that seals it. This is my starter house spot. Watch this. Okay, I know that went by fast this build, but it's one of the smallest things we do all video, so I can't linger too long. The first building project in my new world, you thought I would take it easy? Hell no! I've made a flying star house fireworks. Suck it, Emerald, man. The house was made in survival, but I made a light Medica world edit schematic for it last week. You can for free on my Patreon, links in the description. Let's take a moment because we're moving through the progress like lunatics. But that's because I really want to get to the good stuff. This took 80 days, and I'm going to spend 4,500 days building one insane base. Let's get that project started. Okay, if we want to use that witch hut for a farm, we will need a perimeter around it, which is basically a big ugly hole in the ground that makes your farms work well. Ew! I have a better idea. Step 1, I'll make a perimeter first. Step 2, then I'll cover it up with a big custom mountain. I will build all my farms underneath in step 3. And then step 4, make a cool looking base on top of it. Easy! So step 1, make a big ugly hole in the ground. Hold up, I just noticed something. There's not just one witch hut here. There's 2 of them. Okay, bigger perimeter, bigger base. Let's make an outline. I'll just build it with dirt up in the air. And then if I place regular ice blocks on there, and break them with my fortune pickaxe, that should make it really easy to see the project area. Nice. So that's where the mega base goes. I'm removing all the trees from the area, but I think we have to do a side quest first, or we're gonna run into trouble later. You see, there is a small issue. This is not a flat area, and if we send flying machines out, they're gonna fly into mountains and blow themselves up. Luckily, we can solve it by mining out the mountains, so I want to get a beacon, and while we're in the nether, let's actually get some ancient debris for netherite armor first. It took me like all of 40 minutes of TNT mining, and if you ignore the skin, it looked pretty good. I'm heading right back into nether though, because now I need 3 wither skulls. With looting 3, these guys have about a 5% chance to drop their skull. So on average, we would need to kill about 60 of them for 3 skulls. Oh nice, I already got one! Here's another 3. Whoa, okay, what the heck? 2 for 6? Crazy. There's another group here. I bet these guys give me a 3rd skull. Oh, no way! What the heck? 3 for 10? I'm a bit of a nerd, so I just put that in a binomial probability calculator, and there's only a 1.15% chance of getting 3 or more in 10 tries. So that's like really, really rare. But it's not quite dream rare, so I don't need to hire any scholars to defend my honor. Let's fight a wither now. Oh boy, doing all these things for the first time in a new world is low-key kinda scary. This smite sword absolutely demolishes withers, so that wasn't too difficult. For the next part of the plan, I think I've spotted an ore vein in the cave where we first started, and if we can mine that up with fortune, we might just be able to get a full beacon out of it. That totally worked. Combined with the resources from the end busting, I got a beacon set up, so I mined out the mountains in the swamp, and with those gone, we are ready to start deconstruction. But there is a small problem. You see, a swamp is it's pretty wet around here, and TNT in water, it doesn't work too well. So we need to find a solution to remove the water from the swamp first, and there's only really one way to do it. I just gotta go and find something. There it is, Ocean Monument. This is easy. Drink water breathing, stab spiky fish, swim around pillar, more of the same, and then hope we get a sponge room. Hey, nice, that gets us started. Loot the gold for good measure, and we're out of here. I went to loot a couple more and found plenty of sponges to get to work. So I went back to the swamp, and it was pretty easy to clear out the surface pools now. There's only the other thing, I still need slimes. Luckily, I can farm those at night. Now, I think we're ready to build up the bombers. The terrain is fine, but my stream chat thought it would be fun to do something else first. And that was a pretty good suggestion. We had been grinding to get the terrain ready, and we still had to complete the end. For the first 20 fights where you defeat the Ender Dragon, every time you kill it, you will open up a new gateway. And we still had 18 of those to open up. So I flew to the stronghold, made my way through the portal, and got into the end. Then I flew to the Enderman farm to prepare for the end of the world without knowing it. What's about to happen next is pretty insane. To respawn the dragon, you need 4 End Crystals put on the dragon's nest. So I put them in place, and as the respawn animation starts, I fly out to land on one of the gateways. Once I'm there, I realize that I don't have my replay mode on. Now, just in case I do something absolutely amazing during the fight, I want to have that clip. So I save and quit, leave the game, reload it, and start replay mode. And then I wait. I charge my bow to shoot the first crystal, but nothing happens. There's no dragon. See what is happening? I fly up in the air. It is absolutely silent. And the respawn animation is stuck. For a moment, I'm excited, and I think of all the cool builds that I could make with these light beams. But then I realize, there's no way out. I go through all my shulker boxes, looking if I can make new crystals. But I can't. For every combination, I am 1 item short. There is no way out of the end. I have no gateway to the overworld, and no items to make crystals. That means we're done. So what do you do if you have to retire your hardcore season because of a broken game? Well, you retire it in style. With all the items that I have in the end, I come up with the best base that I can imagine. Or that's what would have happened if it wasn't for that one person in my stream chat. Out of 1,400 people, the way out. When I first towered up to the end island, I used 4 cobblestone to get up there. And with those 4 cobblestone, we could make a piston. Now, you might be wondering, how does a piston get me out of the end? See, there are end crystals here. So, I pushed 3 of the end crystals down onto the dragon's nest, which just leaves that last one to place. And that set us up for the most suspenseful moment in all of Minecraft. I have no idea if this works. Neither did anybody in my chat. But this was the one shot. There was nothing left to do but hope and place the crystal. And then this happened.
Yes! It works! It actually works! It actually works! We're gonna do this!
I have never lived a more dramatic moment in all of my hours playing Minecraft. I finished the fight by killing the dragon which just saved my entire world. And as the dragon died, my escape to the overworld opened up. This fight changed everything. As I respawned in my house, I realized that this world was now really special to me. Before I had entered the end, I was excited to start a big project. 2 hours later, everything felt different. This world had just been lost and recovered because of 3 simple things. Determination, refusal to give up, and the awesome community of people that I get to share these adventures with. Because of that experience, of losing the world through a fault that wasn't my own, and then recovering it against all odds, I now felt like this Minecraft world is the most special one I will ever turn that feeling into a reality. Alright, I've already removed the mountains and most of the water too, but before we can start building up the flying machines to make the perimeter, I need to go out and find something. I have to locate a coral reef, because if I can find this, I can get coral fans, and those are part of the bombers. They have a unique hitbox, I think. Anyways, on the way back, I ran into these guys, which was kind of nice, because now I have totems. I wasn't sure if I was gonna get those, but fall damage is a scary thing. Okay, now, most of the flying machines are in place. I just gotta put obsidian around the witch hut so I can find those later, build the remaining, and then send them off. This was epic to see. Before my eyes, the entire swamp biome was getting destroyed. We had some hiccups, but mostly a lot of TNT fell out of the sky. Until I flat floor. TNT will only fall down 77 blocks, which meant I had to replace the bombers to a lower level and send them off again. During that process, I exposed a lot of diamond ore down below. So So I picked that up and got a diamond beacon for free. And with all that work done, we now had step 1 of the plan completed. And that meant it was time to move on to step number 2. We need to cover it up with a custom mountain. And that's where this amazing place I found comes in. This awesome segment is the perfect location for my snow farm because we just destroyed an entire biome. I want to make something pretty. As for the farm, snow farms are super easy. You need 2 snow blocks and a carved pumpkin. If you put the snowman on the corner of a slab, you can easily shovel up all the layers underneath for snowballs, and for snowballs, make a snow block. With the snow block from the farm, I immediately started building up the structure around it. And pretty quickly, I had something that looked kinda nice. But then my snowman got murdered, which continued a rather sad storyline out of my hardcore season 1. If you know, you know. After installing a new snowman and finishing the rest of the structure, I had a pretty awesome looking snow farm. Not too shabby. Honestly, building something nice was a huge relief and I felt a lot better, but it is time to focus back up. Because we gotta cover up all of the garbage that I made. Oh my god, this is terrible. I guess I'll just start building an outline. Making a wireframe here so that I understand the shape, fully committing to it, and I swear this guy was having a good time as well. Now, let's talk about why I'm using snow. The thing is, this is a snow block with a snow layer on top, and this is a snow block without. You can't really tell the difference, and they're pretty much the same. But this snow block has 2 snow layers on it. And this one is spawn proof. And that is really important, because we're building a perimeter, so we can't have anything spawning on here. None of this, we need the place to be spawn proof, and this is absolutely the cleanest way to do it. Cleaning up perimeters, I have badly messed up with the sides of the perimeter here. Now, there is a way to fix it. I'm just going to place walls in front of the and then on the back. That works quite well, but I think we can be much faster if we lava cast the walls. This has been used to grief plenty of houses on SMPs, but we're going to use it in a very productive way. So I set up a snow scaffolding all the way around the sides, and then if we put lava here and flow water alongside it, that cleaned up the perimeter quite nicely. Okay, that isn't half bad. Now that that is out of the way, there's one more thing we need to do before this is a function. I don't have a witch farm yet. So I finished one of the witch farms on this side of the base, and the other one, well, we'll get to it later. Back to the spawn proofing. I'm making good progress. That entire red marked section is done, but I need to get something. The ancient cities were just added, and Swift Sneak, there we go. This is gonna make my life easy. Oh god, it's like I'm speed bridging. And in no time, the mountain was pretty much done. There was just one thing. I've been trying to keep track of which places are spawn proof and which aren't, and it really didn't work. So I came up with this magical texture pack that shows us which ones still need to be done, and that should do it. Now, all the spawn proof areas are done, but the mountain has become a bit of an eyesore in the swamp around it. So I'm just gonna drag these snowmen through the swamp to get that sorted. That's a lot better. And just like that, the first 2 steps of our plan are now done. That means it's time to build a base up there, and then add all the farms that we need underneath. We're finally getting to the good part. Now, I know what you're thinking. This flat mountaintop. It's ugly, right? Well, that's because it's just a foundation, guys. Bear with me. First, I need to get some blocks for frameworking, though. I've been looking for a while, and I finally found a desert. So, we'll just get a bunch of sand over here, and then make my way back to start construction. I've set up a couple farms under here already. One of which is the wool farm and this dye farm, and that will get us light blue wool. Now, I'll just put some markers up here so I can properly understand the shape, which is important, because let's be honest, it's a little limited. There's not that much room to build with. I think this is a good start though. Then I'll just start building up with some sand. The cool thing with some of it really easily, and putting all of it here gives me a really good idea of what the castle is going to look like. Because with this one, I want to get it right the first time. Okay, I'll put this one over here and then fill that in. That's a really good start. At this point, I felt more connected to this world than to the old one. So it was time for Season 1 Looney to die, and Season 2 Looney to take his place. To underline that fact, I changed my Minecraft skin, but as Poetic Justice would have it, where I was about to venture into the end to get something. And for the second time, the game tricked me to think that I lost my world. And with these, it all starts pretty harmless. I just need to get some more sand to finish the castle framework. So I set off to the desert and shoveled my little heart out. just to realize that I didn't have any sugar boxes anymore. The farms under the mountain were filling up my initial sugar box supply, so I had a choice to make. Either I could go end busting for more sugar boxes, which is kinda cool, but it's also a little disruptive. The other option is building a sugar box farm. Now, there's an easy way to do this in the end, but I want all my farms at the base. So we're gonna do this differently. I just have to get a shulker and bring him to the overworld. Can't be that hard. All we gotta do is just go to the end. And, what could possibly go wrong there? I mean, there's no way that we haven't had our worst end adventure, right? Well, I wouldn't be so sure about that. You know what's scarier than bugs? The void. But I wasn't about it. I had my Elytra. I was flying into the end. I had plenty of rockets. I was fine. It took a little while until I found a city that had a gateway right next to it, but eventually I did. So I found a shulker, put it, and then I built a little ice pathway to transport the shulker to the gateway. I didn't really see any dangers. I had my Elytra. I was fine. So as a little goofball, I started building up the ice pathway and just trusted the process. What's the risk here? Like, let's go over the worst case scenario. I get in the boat, I slip it all of my 1 block wide pathway, press shift, get out, and fly. There's not much to it. So I went. I built my little ice pathway, lined it up with the gateway, and now I just had to build a small little landing platform on the bottom. I mean, it's not that hard, and I'm not gonna fall into the void, it's fine. So I jump off, I slowly glide towards the gate, I have my ice block at the ready. I just gotta place it at the edge. And I slip right on through. That's a little bit of a setback because I don't use F3 and I have no idea where we just were. Let's just try a gateway. I think it was this one, and then maybe we can find the place that I was just at. I couldn't. I absolutely couldn't. I had no idea where it was. But then I found something better. This is one of my best finds in the end, legitimately. There's a city here. With a gateway right on top? What? Yo, that's insane. Okay, that makes this entire process so much easier. I just gotta get a new shulker and get it into this gateway, which is 1,000 times easier. Also, I just made a map of this place so I can find it back later, because if I ever want to build an end project, this has gotta be one of the coolest places to do it. Okay, let's get this thing done. Move to the roof of this tower, and then there's shulkers right under me, so we should be able to get one in there. It's a little hectic around here. I got one on the top, but we need to seal the bottom here. Oh god. Okay, got it. Let me just fly on back. I got a little ice pathway, and I'm just gonna try and hoist this guy up here. Okay, got him on a fishing rod. Yo. Let it work. Yo, that's sick. Okay. Got him in a boat. Let's just get into the way. Oh god, what did I do? No! Oh god, it's on the boat around. Okay, finally. The extend platform did it. Okay, now just stay in. Okay, I just gotta go. Damage. I figured I have to go through the gateway as soon as possible. But then, which let's go really weird. Through the gateway, I saw for like 2 seconds, and then I paused the game. I paused it and I heard like I'm flying, but I can't see anything. And then it hits me. If I'm falling, I'm gonna tumble into the void. This is scary stuff. I unpaused one more time to see loads. More wind sounds, but nothing. I remember something. Your gate. 3 and shift. It will usually the world around you loads in. I'm gonna try that. And that's when I see this. What the heck? What is going on? I'm already under the island. go any further, I'm gonna start taking void damage. With the game's pause, I have time to void damage as soon as you can island pillars. I have a couple more blocks. One of my elite trap. Spam rockets to fly away. What the? This is the most loud thing I've ever seen. And press left shift to dismount. I'm on a boat. I have to fix this. Oh god. Okay. I get myself together, mentally prepare, because I know I have only one chance to fix this. Here we go. Whoa. The moment I press shift, the game understood wherever I was, and all of a sudden I'm back on the end spawning platform. Oh my god. The scare was unreal. It turns out that if the game thinks you're in the void, you are gonna die. Even if you're not technically in the void. I hate this dimension. I'm here. Oh my god. As I rushed back to the overworld, I completely forgot that I was trying to collect a shulker. My end dimension is so broken, it's unreal. We still gotta get that thing though. Before making my way back into the end dimension, I made some splash potions of healing because the shulker took a little bit of damage, and at this point, I was not going to risk it dying. No way. Okay, I'll make my way through the nether, back to the end. Now we just gotta get it to the portal. Dude, get out! Still looks super glitchy. Right, yoink it up here. This is going well. And... oh, he's stuck in the portal? What? How do we... I'm just gonna try and shoot it. Okay, I think that did it. God, this whole adventure was way too intense, but I think it all worked out. Let's go check in the overworld if we can find that shulker. I'll just fly over to the world spawn. There. Yes, exactly where I expected it. This is the easy part. All I gotta do here. Over 8 foot long, 1 block wide, I go all the way. And after everything I've just gone through, I'm just gonna pull this off. No worries. So I started boating. And I kept on boating. I zoomed in my camera for maximum stability, and I just kept. And the morning turned to afternoon. The afternoon turned to night. And I just stayed on the road. I absolutely crushed it. Right up until I made it all the way to the base, and still fell off. There, I'm calling this a win. Let's get a couple more splash potions of healing, because this guy just hit himself on the road. Just chills in this. And then I'm gonna break the boat. And... wait, what? Where'd he go? Oh, he's right there! Yo, he just teleported because of rain. He's inside anyway. We're good. I just gotta get him in a boat again. There we go. Oh man. This guy's put me through so much trouble. Now I'll just land him over here. Okay. Let's just build up that farm. I need a bunch of snowmen to aggro the show. And then we need all this scaffolding for them to teleport around. And I made my own dropper system. It's like really smart. No, it absolutely broke the farm. So I had to fix that. Get rid of this guy. And then with the shulker in his final position, the whole thing worked. It just worked. I just had to kill the rogue shulkers on the outside. But after that, I had a working shulker farm. My mountain was becoming more industrial, more high-tech. And that meant it was time to make a super smelter next. This design is Tango, and it's insane. I added bamboo farms to either side to fuel it, and now I can smelt whatever. Trust me, we're gonna need it. Okay, so much for the Industrial Revolution. It's time to get the blocks together for the castle now. I mined some diorite, got polished diorite from the masons, went to a stony peaks biome for calcite, and then finally we completed it with cobblestone, stripped birch, and some sandstone variants. Now, that's a good start, but these are only the foundational blocks, because we still need some colors and details. So for those, I'm gonna add some amethyst blocks, which stand out nicely, and then I wanted some green blocks to finish it off, so we're gonna add prismarine. Now, I don't want to bore you to death with the details of how I got all of those because most of them are pretty straightforward, but the Prismarine was kind of a project. Normally you would get a Guardian farm to get that, but I just stole an ocean monument, and now I have a hole in the ocean. We might have to fix that later. Okay, I've collected all the resources, let's go build this castle. For step 1, I replaced all the sand walls with the more permanent walls. They're only one and they start with cobblestone, right, and then deep slate. For the next, I put the sandstone and birch walls in place for the upper part of the castle. And this is starting to look like an actual build. Now some details with Prismarine on the ramparts here. Okay, that's good stuff. And for the next step, we need to do the tower roofs. I started out with some temporary blocks, but these honestly look great, so let's just build it with deep slate right away. And that just leaves the main tower. Let's build all the way up here. Oh, that's good. And then put some amethyst in there for just a little bit of an accent. And with that tower done, we now have a base that goes all the way from bedrock to Y390. We literally can only go one block higher. This is epic. Okay, that's some really good progress, but this is still a very simple castle and we have a long way to go before it doesn't look so out of place. First off, the castle doesn't really have an entrance yet, so I'm just gonna use some wool to figure out the shape. You know what? I think I got it. Let's just build the full thing. Okay, that looks a lot better than it did. Now, I want to have a big window here on the side, and then we need another room right underneath there. I'm going to put a deep slate floor in there, and then maybe we have some amethyst accents here. You know what? I think this works really well. Okay, I've been doing a lot of frameworking for the last little while, so a strong urge came over me to build a pink tree before pink trees were added to the game. Okay, it took me forever to find this, but here's a flower forest and it has alliums. These give you magenta dye, which actually looks much better than pink. And the magenta wool block has a matching coral block, so I flew over to the coral reef again to get some of those as well. With all the resources gathered up, I made the trunk of the tree with spruce logs, started adding the canopy, realized that pink wool actually looked much better than magenta wool, and then I started filling up the entire inside with water before adding the coral and some glass on the outside to add a bit of texture. Actually, that looks amazing. Once the tree was in place, I started adding details to the garden around it, and before long, I had a proper rooftop garden. At this point, I was pretty tempted to decorate the entire exterior of the castle, but that would kind of defeat the point of the base. After all, I had to build all of the farms first, before we spent all that time decorating. That way, we get pretty much infinite resources from all the farms without having to AFK. Still, adding the details to the garden kind of made me feel that the rest of the world was lacking in a big way. So before continuing the big grinding project under the mountain, I spent a little bit of time decorating the village next to it. First, I built a snow frame for a windmill, and once it looked right, I replaced it with the actual building. Next up, I put a small cottage next to it with a cool little flower garden, and then I felt like I had to go back to the garden and properly finish it. After all, the inside wasn't quite done. I should have skipped it. I so should have skipped it. What happens next is one of the dumbest things that happened during the entire base construction. If somebody would have told me that building an axolotl tank would take me 6 hours, I would have thought they were crazy. But look what happened when I did this. I just mined out one block. No big deal, it's just one block. It was a big deal. An entire flood streamed down the mountain. I lost so many snow layers. This was horrible. In an attempt to salvage the situation, I flew out to an ocean monument to get more sponges. Flew back with the lowest render distance. And I tried to pull it off. There was no way. There was no way. That took me 16,000 snow layers that I had to place again. Oh my god. I gotta be more careful with water up here. Once I had cleaned up my mess from the giant flood, I started focusing on completing the castle. The most important thing that still needed to happen was completing the pathway, and that meant I had to add a gatehouse on the side with a pathway going through it, then a giant ice cave that went through the interior of the mountain, and then finally, a wonky tower that spiraled the pathway up to the ice cave. And with that, I was ready to celebrate 2000 days in the world. With the addition of the little village and the castle up top, the mountain didn't look so out of place anymore. But before we could celebrate, I wanted to add one more thing. In my Season 1 world, I had always celebrated milestones with epic fireworks shows. And here, well, I wasn't quite ready. The starter house looked cool, but I thought I could do much better. So I added a redstone computer and many firework dispensers all over the castle that together made for this epic fireworks show. The first time we pulled that lever, I was kind of worried that my game was gonna lag out, but it all worked, and god, that show was epic. Once we got to the 2000 day milestone, I had an epic castle on the mountain. I had shuffled the plan around a little bit, but progress was being made. Now it's time to tackle that giant cave underneath. Okay, let's take a look at that cave. We have this entrance here at the side, a floating storage room, a firework computer, some farms scattered around. This needs a lot of work, but it also needs something else. It needs a bit of practice. So when I started the world, I said that one of my biggest goals for the series is getting better with redstone. But my redstone trading arc wasn't going to start at the base. It was going to start at the Hall of Fame. This place is pretty cool because whenever I stream, I carry a book around me where I put your names in there to be part of the world. And we've collected a lot of books over the months. But right now, I was going to put a special book there. This is the 2000 Days book. I've written a lot of names in there during the 2000 Days celebration stream, and it's going to go in a special room. We call it the Hall of Thousands. And the beginning of this room was a redstone door to a vault. It took a little bit of studying, but I'm able to consistently make this redstone door now. Alright, let's put some decoration around and then 6 lecterns for the books. Next up, I went to my creative world to play around in the redstone lab, because I wanted to make a firework dispenser that would only shoot whenever we entered the room, not when we closed it. It took a couple hours of research and playing around, but I did learn some things I didn't know. And eventually I managed to make a one-way system that would activate whenever I entered the room. And it looked super cool. If Mumbo could have seen me that day, I'm sure it would be proud. With the Hall of Thousands decorated and looking good, it was time to go to the main base to tackle some bigger issues. But once I got there, I realized this place is a super weird entrance. I mean, what the heck is this? And I need to fix this, because this is the entrance to my industrial area. What if I make a pathway that goes to the side of the mountain, right around here, and then we make a proper gate, something that moves out of the way and feels super cool whenever we go through it. It was a puzzle to figure something out, but I think I got it. I managed to fit in a slimmed down version of Mumbo's 10x10 slime and honey door. This was already a cool door when I started with it, but I made it look really nice, and it is activated with a snowball. I honestly think I couldn't have come up with a better opening mechanism for this door. This is so sick. Okay, now that the shell of the base is looking good, it's time to finally start working on the industry for real. First thing we gotta do, set up the slime farms. Okay, hear me out. I got a crazy idea. Usually when you build a slime farm, it's very tall because you can use all the layers in the slime chunk. But I don't want to do that. I want to be able to decorate under the mountain. So what if, instead of making a 21 layer slime farm, we make 7 slime farms with 3 layers? It took a little bit of digging and a little bit of removing lava, but not much later, I had this constructed. And when I say not much later, yeah, this took me like 3 days. Okay, we're under the super smelter. I have the output here, and I think I'm just gonna make a storage room. So the slime balls should be able to, there we go, and then let's get them up here, and then we'll put hoppers here. Okay, yes, that's working. Now I just want to decorate the room around it, because we're gonna be here a lot. This is the output for the super smelter. If I just put frog lights with slime blocks here, and then 2 frogs in there, a little bit of kelp. Okay, that's cool pool. And I made this little walkway into the floor here. That puts us at the bedrock level, and there we have our smelter output room. I like this, it's kind of nice. Speaking of liking nice things, I don't like this at all. Guys, I have a problem. We just finished the outside of the base, and it looks really cool above ground, but now every time I go underground, this all looks terrible. So maybe we have to do a little bit of decorating around here as well? But before we can do that, I need to get some resources. I have a pretty good idea of what I want to build next, but we need a lot of copper for it. So I went to look for a copper vein. These are actually really easy to find if you fly over the ocean, because you can see some exposed blocks. The reason I also need a bunch of dripstone blocks later. Set up a quick dripstone farm, and then I start planning for construction. But I have a storage room over there. I want to integrate into the build. I think building a big tower up there, that will fill way too much of a room. You can go about it differently. Let me just start building up stone freeze. this right here would be a bridge pillar. Okay, we have a start. Let's check it out. Okay. I think it's a good start. Building here. The way I envision it, this is my industrial area and all the resources I could ever need. But there's also a civilization in the cave that is extracting those resources. Metal, a mine, maybe some like forge building, then some houses and like a main hall. Okay, I need a lot of deep slate for it, so I'm gonna mine that out in a way that it also terraforms the cave floor and makes it look good. I think the deep slate works pretty well with blackstone, some tuff, and then some mud bricks, and that is the first pillar completed. Nice. And then for the top, we'll use some waxed copper and deep slate. Okay, I'm smelting a ton of copper, and this thing really annoys me. This is the input for the super smelter. Let's make a bridge here as well. That's a snow frame done. I think that works well. Now I want a piston door here. Cool. And then we'll make a bridge with some tuff, and then stone bricks, mossy stone bricks, some anvils for the handrail, and then copper stairs upside down in between, slabs above that, and now we just let it oxidate. Nice. That has a pretty cool weathered vintage feel to it. And if we walk through here, we get to the input room, which is now an amethyst geode. Okay, that looks pretty awesome. I don't think this place will annoy me anymore. Before we get back to the cave decorating, there was something else that really annoyed me. You see, this is the entrance to the industrial area that we have now. But once we go through the door, it absolutely sucks again. I think the issue is that because the base is so big, we can't do it all at the same time. I'll just solve one problem after the other. Transforming the entrance from this gaping empty hole into this leap of faith where we have to jump through a decorated cave was a massive improvement. Also, I tried out this funky thing where I added some magma and lava in between the deep slate and the bedrock, and I hid a bunch of campfires there for some smoke. It's only small additions, but one step at a time, I think we're getting this cave together. But I did run into another struggle. You know what I really missed from being above ground? The daylight. It's so dark in here. Oh god! Luckily, there are solutions to everything. I just need to have unlimited night vision, and I found out a way to do it. Let's just build an automated brewery underground. I think it's really cool if all these rooms have their own redstone doors. So I put one here, and now I'm building up all these modules made by Impulse SV, and I can use those to make basically any kind of potion I want. The coolest thing about these is that they automatically detect when the potions are running out. So unlimited night vision, here I come. I made a hopper line going out and a refill station for the water bottles there. Now I'll just hide the modules in this big industrial oversized kettle, and with that all decorated up, I think we're good to go. Well, there is the small detail of the room not having walls and stuff, but we'll have to do that later because I've been on a little bit of a distraction spree, and I think I gotta focus on the big stuff for now. This whole area under the mountain has been super overwhelming because, well, everything is so massive. So just making a little bit of progress on one part of the project takes many hours. But at least it's cool to enter now, and I've done a lot of the terrain, which makes quite a difference. I mean, look at that, that's a little better. Now, the night vision dispenser comes out right over here, and I think it would really help if we made this place look good, because we're gonna be here like every 8 minutes when the potions run out. Okay, so the layout is pretty simple. We have the big brewery right here in this tunnel, and then there's a hopper line going out to the dispenser on the outside. There we go. As you can see, this is automatically getting filled, and that's really good. That's a start. Now I just want to make this place look cool, and we need a way to recognize where the potion dispenser is, but I also want to have it be hidden in the build. Maybe I'll put a water pool here? I have an idea. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna build giant mushrooms around here. I'm using the blue glazed terracotta for the edges. This looks awesome. So, then some purple, frog lights underneath, but this looks really cool. Okay, I'll add some amethyst clusters, a little bit of glow like in here. And a couple hours later, we had a really good start to the first biome under the mountain. Okay, this place looks really cool, but also it has that night vision dispenser, so we're gonna be seeing this a lot. So maybe my trips to this corner where the night vision dispenser is are gonna help a little bit with feeling like a psychedelic Minecraft project! I'm sorry guys, I just need a little bit of a breather. It's a lot. You know what I could really use right now, guys? Just a party, just something fun, a little bit of a stress relief. Well, luckily, it was a 1-year anniversary of my world, so it was time to go do something awesome rather than being under the mountain. I have this tradition of cleaning up my hardcore world after a year, and now that 1 year passed, I went through my entire world to pick up all the sugar boxes I had left behind at all the projects. And while I flew around the world to collect everything, I kinda thought about everything that happened so far. This first year had been kinda insane. Oh my god. I collected all the sugars that I had left in the starter house, over at the snow farm, and under the mountain. After I made my way around the entire world, I was left with 206 sugar boxes. Now, I have rules for this challenge. These 206 sugars, I have to use them in the colors that I found them in. No re-dyeing, this is what we gotta work with. So I dug out a brand new cave right next to the Hall of Fame that I called the Hall of the Years, and I got to work with the sugar boxes that I had. Just to make sure I was gonna get the shape right, I built everything in snow blocks and then replaced it, and I ended up having this cool flower. I know it's a wonky project, but think about it, guys. I couldn't change the colors, and I had to use every block that I found. That's not bad. I can't wait to do this again next year. And since that is on April 10th, which is only like a little over a month away, I'm a little worried. There's a lot of sugar boxes in my world now. Yeah, I'll be back here at the Hall of the Years in no time. Now, let's check out the progress at the mountain. I built a little bit of terrain, we've built the purple mushrooms, there's a sugar farm here, and I have a start to the civilization in the cave. But there are also a lot of temporary snow blocks, and I think it's time that I start construction and get rid of most of those. So, one pillar at a time, I built up with blackstone, deep slate, and not so many mud bricks, but still a little bit of tough. I removed the sand where needed, which, oh my god, this technique is so good. Pretty soon, things looked a lot better. There's still a lot of snow, but we're getting there. I'll just build up the remaining towers, and then it is time to figure out how we're gonna make the underside of these bridges look. These chiseled blackstone blocks are really cool, and I like these basalt beams. I used dark oak fences under the arches so I could keep them open and hide some end rods inside, and that actually does a lot, because now if you look up from the cave floor, you can see the arches stand out against the ceiling. Okay, that's a lot of snow blocks gone. I think we gotta do the forge next. This building right here is where all of the metal that gets found in the cave gets smelted up, and it's a big one because this needs to be impressive. During construction of the outside of this building, I played around with a lot of blocks. I used some stairs in the walls, I used iron bars, I used grindstones, and that was only on the inside. Then I added a chimney to the back and I went really wild on the interior. I made a furnace, I made these walls with magma behind iron bars, and I made a big smelting room downstairs with minecarts and all sorts of stuff. I honestly went crazy on the interior design here, but somehow, focusing on all this small detailed work gave me a lot of motivation to keep up the big, grindy, boring stuff. And we had to do a lot of it. But the grindy, boring stuff is happening for a reason, because I want this cave to be really cool, and I want it to be a build in itself, where you can look around and see cool stuff everywhere. And that brings us to my issue. I want to go and finish the cave terrain, but I can't really understand what the terrain needs to look like, because wherever I look, there's something in the way right now. This is in every line of sight, and I've been thinking about it, but I don't think there's really any way we can hide the sugar farm inside of a structure that still makes the cave look right. So, that means there's only one solution. This thing has gotta go. By the time I had destroyed the sugar farm, it was now day 2687, and at this point in the story, I learned something. But when I say at this point in the story, I kinda mean at this point while editing the story, because you guys keep derailing me at every turn of the way. Oh Looney, beat the Ender Dragon. Oh Looney, turn on replay mode. Oh Looney, why don't you get some frogs? Oh Looney, why don't you build a big mega base that takes you like 2 years of your life? Oh wait, that was me. Am I the problem? Oh Looney, get all the advancements. Well, surely I messed myself up a lot. But once again, you guys asked, so I delivered. The first ones weren't all that bad. I hadn't really bothered with the advancements, so there were a lot of them that I could just get out of the way. Like this one, where I spammed the door and flew away. That's how you do archery. It's easy. And some advancements were a little more difficult. Like this one, where I had to trick a villager twice. Nothing to worry about here. It's just a minor thunderstorm, but you're safe. There, you're all protected. Psych! Or this one, where I had to shoot a bunch of phantoms with one arrow. What a shot. At this point in the world, I knew where everything was, so a lot of them just really boiled down to fly over to a place to do a thing. Like walk on snow, or shoot this guy in the face. Wait, shoot this guy. There we go. And then there's some advancements which are a little tricky because when you've been playing World for over a year, you don't really know what you have or haven't done. I know that I've never killed a Zoglin, so that's done, but I didn't think of the Endermine, so you guys kind of helped me out on that one. I played some music in the mountains, and I loaded up a respawn anchor, which I was really worried was going to blow up, even though we were in the nether. You gotta understand I only play hardcore. I never use these things. I found it for a while, and decided to give it a new home under frozen mountains. Then we got to really tricky ones, like Arbalistic, where you have to kill 5 mobs with 1 arrow. Now, that was tricky, unless you can get them all together in a block and go poison. Easy. As for the Star Trader advancement, that one I honestly made really difficult for myself. Nobody told me that I had to find and cure a villager at Bill High to trade with him there. It did work out though. Pleasure doing business, kind sir. And that finally brings us to the big one. How did we get here? The hardest advancement in the game that you can complete by having every single status effect applied in the same moment. Now, if you have never done this, it used to be hard before they added the Warden, but nowadays, it is straight up terrifying because you need to have darkness applied. We now had 2 options to choose from. Option 1 was get a Warden to the base, and that one was a big nope. And option 2, get a Shulker and a Dolphin to an ancient city, which was much more appealing because once we were there, we could use a Skull Shrieker for the darkness effect than a Warden. And that's where our complicating factor came into play. The thing is, from my base to the closest ancient city that I know of is a long way. And I really didn't want to make a railway from my base all the way over there to transport Shulker. There was an alternative, of course. If we could set up a nether portal at the ancient city, we could lay the railway for a Shulker over the nether roof, which was 8 times shorter. And we didn't have to build a railway up in the air, since the roof is already flat. Seems like a straightforward choice, right? Well, we didn't get to the complicating factor yet, because there are a few rules in my world. And one of those is that I don't use F3, which makes the game much more adventurous and fun. But it makes linking up portals really complicated. The only way we can find out coordinates is by calculating them using maps to measure the distance from coordinates we already know. So for an entire lo-fi radio stream on Twitch, I played around with maps and temporary blocks. That mission took a lot of trial and error. Had me end up in the gold farm output once, but after a ton of calculating, measuring, flying around the overworld, trying portal locations, checking, and double checking, we ended up with a few really important portals that literally changed the way my world works. I now have a portal up to the roof right next to the super smelter, a portal to the ancient city on the nether roof as well, and a portal to the stronghold portal room right next to it. But most importantly, because of all the measuring, I now know a bunch of specific coordinates in my world, which means that we can count out distances around the base to set up a nether hub further down the road. It may not sound like a big deal, but for me, this was a game changer. And the best thing about it was that I had to put in the effort to get it done, which made it all feel that much cooler. With the nether portal challenges out of the way, the only thing that was left was preparing the setup for the advancement. I found this pretty awesome setup in a video by Barbar31, using a Skulk Shrieker for the darkness effect. So I started off by preparing the holding cell for the Shulker, setting up the trapdoor I would squeeze myself into, and installing the potion dispenser redstone right next to it. But once that was out of the way, there were a lot of ingredients that still needed to be brought to the ancient city, starting with the dolphin. The trick to leave no room for error here is to squeeze the dolphin into a 1x1 block of water on top of salt sand and then sealing off the top. That leaves nowhere for the dolphin to go to commit suicide. Still, make sure it gets breathable air from the bubble. So, I built up a drop shaft up to surface level, made another temporary snow staircase, and then it was time to go look for a dolphin nearby. The living conditions I was about to leave this guy in were pretty appalling, so I tricked him into coming along by giving him a name tag labeled Life of Luxury. I know, not my best moment, but the strategy worked. So on day 2742, I had a dolphin set up for the advancement, which meant it was time for the next step. We had to transport the shulker from the base. But everything was ready for this moment. Back when I built up the shulker farm, I had left a backup shulker on the floor of my base. And now that we had working portals on top of the nether roof, getting it over there should be as easy as sending it through the portal. Except he was nowhere to be found. Turns out he was just chilling on one of the gold farm spawning platforms, which led to a rather funny game of cat and mouse around the farm. But eventually, I managed to get him in a boat next to the minecart track, and not much later, he was on his way. Which brought me to the next item on my list. I needed to get a wither rose, which after checking at my starter house, I realized I didn't have lying around. Now, I don't have a farm for these, nor for wither skeletons, which was funny because it was the second main farm I made on my previous hardcore world. But I just don't use beacons all that much. I don't like the way they look, so I haven't felt the need to build a wither skeleton farm here. And that meant we had a little side quest, as I made my way to the nether to kill wither skeletons until I had 3 skulls. With those, I made my way back to the overworld, where I lured a bunch of unsuspecting chickens into a wither fight. Which was unfortunate for them, but it got me my wither rose. And once that part was done, the only things left were setting up a double beacon for haste and jump boost. Since I didn't have a rabbit foot for leaping potions, then I did a bunch of potion brewing at my starter house. And finally, I went to visit the automated brewer room under the mountain for night vision, swiftness, strength, and fire resistance. That completed my potion collection, and as the last step, I had to grab the conduit from the ocean monument I had stolen to decorate the castle with earlier. That was a lot of preparation, but it seemed like everything was ready. So it was time for a test run. According to my plan, I could fly to the desert over the nether roof, get Bad Omen and Hero of the Village in the desert, then fly to a nearby ocean monument to get mining fatigue, and then rush back over the nether roof all the way to the ancient city in time to apply all the other effects before the mining fatigue ran out. And the test run? Checked out. I had 2 minutes and 30 seconds to spare on the mining fatigue. And that meant it was go time. I activated everything according to plan, yet failed miserably. Not only did I not get how did we get here, I also didn't get the Furious Cocktail advancement. And that could only be explained by something very basic going wrong. Because all Furious Cocktail is getting all the potion effects applied at the same time. Did I miss one? Either way, we had to try again. That night, after the stream finished, I analyzed the footage to get ready for the second attempt the next day. And I found that I had made 2 mistakes. The first one was bringing my hunger down too far to make sure we could eat all the necessary ingredients. That meant I couldn't sprint when I got down under the trapdoor, which led me to not going into swim mode and therefore not activating Dolphin's Grace. But it didn't explain why I didn't activate all the potions. The second mistake happened when I tried to eat the pufferfish and accidentally deactivated a lever, which caused the potion dispenser to stop firing too early. As a result, there was still a water-breathing potion left in the dispenser. I had plenty of information to fix my mistakes. So the next day, I came prepared. Everything was ready, and we tried again. I hated this moment so much. We got Fury's cocktail, but not how did we get here. And the thing that messed it up for us? Dolphin's Grace. Again. This time, I moved backwards before all the other effects were applied, ending the Dolphin's Grace effect. So we had to try one last time. And that got it done. I can't tell you how relieved I felt when we finally got it. It took me 3 tries, but it was done. And that called for celebration. So I made my way back to my base, jumped down into the entrance gate, and flew straight to the villagers to buy myself a birthday cake. And that made for the very last hidden advancement, when we got an LA to drop the cake at a notebook. We finally had all the advancements. What an adventure. To finish my stream that day, I looked for an ancient city to hopefully get some enchanted golden apples back. And it seemed like my luck had turned for the better. After 2 ancient cities that I had visited so far, which both gave 0 enchanted golden apples, I finally found 2 of them in this city, in this same chest. That was a great feeling, and a satisfying end to a few days of trials and tribulations. Okay, we're finally back at the base. It is almost day 2800, so I gotta really step it up with the building now. Let's go finish this purple area first. I think we need some portals over at the walls and some details in the water pools here. I think I really like dead coral for this. We got a lot of purple going on already, and this kind of fits the vibe. It's a little haunting, honestly. Ooh, I really like the glow lichen, but I think we gotta do the portals next. So amethyst, glazed purple terracotta, obsidian, and blackstone. I think that will do it. I made a little bit of a gradient in the portals. It's honestly pretty cool. Crying obsidian and skulk though, really finished it. This is an epic wall. Oh, and it's even better without the night vision. Yo, love that. With the purple area done, there were 2 more parts that I really wanted to finish now. I wanted to build the mine shaft above it leading into the forge, and we still had to build the main hall because there's a lot of snow blocks in this corner. Initially, I thought of doing the same thing as we did with the castle, building it out of sand first, but I don't think we really need to. I mean, this snow frame pretty much tells it all. So, for the blocks, I think I'm gonna go with nether bricks, and then magma behind it. Maybe some red nether bricks to make it pop. Oh my, look at this place. This is epic for a diagonal build, and I love the details that I came up with, like these hanging towers. This is so cool. Finishing the purple area, building the main hall fortress, and finishing up the terrain around it had taken almost 100 days. At this point, I was really filling in all the details in this area, because there was no way I was going to complete the entire cave before day 3000, and I at least wanted one area that really showed a lot of progress since day 2000. At this point, I was doubting myself a little bit. I was wondering if I had done enough, because somehow it felt that we hadn't moved all that much since day 2000. I really didn't know where the days went. I kinda shoved that feeling aside and focused on the 3000 day firework because I still wanted to add another firework feature. On the Nether Hub we had these cool flaming snowballs, so I added a similar system next to the path leading up to the mountain. Then for the last 30 days of the 3000 day arc, I put my head down and grinded details like an absolute madman. And then, right as we were about to hit day 3000, I did something that I probably should have done a week or so earlier. I checked out the difference between 2000 and 3000 days in replay mode, and it honestly blew my mind. Somewhere along the way, I had kind of forgotten that we started with a super barren cave under the mountain. And only 1000 game days later, it looked like this. Yo, reality check? I need to listen to myself more. Trust the process, dude. You got this. When I started the 4000 day arc, it was pretty cut and dry what I was gonna do next. I want to make sure that by the end of these 1000 days, we don't see any snow in this cave anymore. Let's start by sealing this storage room. I gotta make some wool paths first for markers though, because as soon as we start building this ceiling, we won't be able to change it anymore. Okay, I finished all the wool paths, including the one that goes all the way to the bottom of the base. Speaking of getting to the bottom of the base, that part is easy, we just jump down. But what about getting back out of there? That is getting increasingly hard. Right now, it already takes me 7 rockets to fly up out of here, but as soon as we have a ceiling, I won't be able to do that anymore. So I came up with a smarter solution. We're gonna make an ender pearl stasis chamber. These things are really cool, but also pretty easy to make. All you need is a water column with soul sand bubbles that has an ender pearl floating and a trapdoor right next to it. And then you need a redstone line to activate it. And our system is pretty insane because this travels 400 blocks horizontally and 200 blocks vertically in a split second. The next part of base decoration was the grindiest part I had done yet. Luckily, my stream chat was there to hang out while I did it, but that week I streamed multiple days of 5, 6, 7, 9 hours at a time of just me placing smooth basalt. It was hell. And then we haven't even talked about the 4,027 amethyst geodes that I had to mine first. Please tell me you didn't fall for that. I have a basalt generator and a super smelter. In the middle of this insane basalt grind, I was pretty glad that the Tales and Trails update came out, and I had an absolute blast going around my world finding all the new stuff. The only thing I didn't really enjoy was getting a vex stream from a woodland mansion. Oh my god, these guys hit so hard, it's insane. The woodland mansion fight was so intense and so scary that I decided to abort mission for the day, head on home, and set up a sniffer farm. The next day, I made it back with a heap of TNT and a flint and steel. I'm not proud of it, but it did the job. It got me my vex trim, and in a nearby forest, I found a trail ruins which got me all the trims from right there. Also, exploring this place was cool. On the way back, I managed to pick up a ribbed trim as well as a netherite upgrade template, but I unfortunately forgot about the snout trim. Then again, the collection wasn't completed yet anyway, because I still had to get the trims from the ancient city, and Stream Chat did everything to convince me to go out and get them. But something miraculous happened. I grew a backbone, I have a spine now, I'm strong-willed, so I did terraforming instead. For days. Literal tens of thousands of basalt blocks later, I had made a good amount of progress on the cave ceiling and the cave walls, but it was time to do a little bit of decorating instead. I haven't fully explained the plan for the cave in this video yet, but the idea is pretty simple. I've designed this cave to look like a bit of a color wheel of biomes. So far, I've made the purple area that has the mushrooms and the night vision machine, and right next to that, we're gonna start the gradient, going to pink, then to red, orange, and so on. It's gonna look a little bit like this, except that it's not that on the nose. It's gonna be like proper design and stuff. You'll see. To take a little bit of a break from the basalt terraforming, I started decorating the pink area, which initially looked a little bit like a brown area, because I had to do a lot of terrain first. But after doing the terrain, and weaving some sturdy brown vines along the cave walls and ceiling, I started adding these massive pink glowberry-like fruits, and a giant sakura tree in the middle overhanging a pathway. Okay, I'm standing here looking at this stuff, and it's pretty cool and all, but it can use a little bit more paint. Let me put some petals here, and then some flowers. Okay, that's better, but now we need to work on the lake. I actually found out that using ice blocks, I can save a ton of time here, and that already looks a lot better. I think I finished the pink area for now. Actually, I think there's one more thing we can do. You know how I've been using this night vision? Well, sometimes I just want to turn off the light, because it helps me design. So, I think we need to get a cow down here to have our own little milk factory. Let's build an island here, got a cow from the wild, boated him off the bridge through the beacon, over the lake, and just like that, Bartholomew had his new home. And I can cancel out all my earlier work by drinking milk. Epic. Speaking of earlier work, while I build up the slime area here, I should tell you about something that happened a little while back. I've started a bit of a tradition, where whenever I celebrate a 1000-day milestone, we pop the fireworks into the sky, and then the next day, I don't fly. Getting rid of Elytra changes your perspective on your entire world, and that is kind of necessary with how big everything has gotten. But when I did this, on day 3001, we had some accessibility issues. The base wasn't ready for it. Taking the leap of faith without an Elytra would have probably popped a totem, or I could have even died, so I decided to descend through the fireworks scaffolding instead. What this redstone circuit isn't good for. After setting up a slime landing pad, I had to do the full route again, and it worked, but this is not the most reliable way to navigate the base. Yeah, we need a better option. And that brings us back to the green area, because it is really important that I finish this part. Day 4001, I want to take the full walk, and I want to have it look proper. So we gotta decorate everything between the top of the base and right here. So first order of business, we need to get rid of this weird green moss thing that I've been keeping the sniffers in. We'll just relocate these guys, I guess. No sniffers were harmed in the making of this. Okay, who am I kidding? bunch of them died, but it got even worse after I made an awesome new place for them because they've just been unaliving themselves. I thought that I had poor design and they suffocated in walls, but what actually happened was even worse. Check this out. I have a feeling that these guys were perfectly happy being extinct. They didn't really appreciate me saving them. But what about my feelings? Nobody asked me what I felt. Well, I was having a great time moving these guys, so I decided to move the villagers as well. I've had these guys on the bottom of the perimeter since like day 200 or something. I should probably get them up in the main hall right now. Moving the villagers was a roller coaster. I got to ride minecarts, look at this. For once, I did a perfectly fine job, but throughout this entire process, Stream Chat was betting against me. They were waiting for me to mess up. But I got every single villager up there, without killing a single one. Guys, why don't you don't I'm so offended. I put all my farmers in this awesome looking room with a bone meal farm that is fueled by cookies underneath. Let's make the interior of the main hall as well. Really cool ceiling here. Okay, the nether bricks look good. Then the ceiling itself, nice. Chandelier. I'll put lightning rods here. And then railings, little carpet, a false door. That's a pretty sick interior, I like it. Every time I get to level 70, I fly to the starter house to name a rocket or something and lose a level, but that's kind of inconvenient. So for good measure, I added an enchanting room here as well. For the next part of the video, we're going through the progress really quickly, because this next part was so grindy. First I made the terrain for the green area, and once that was set, I started focusing on the first eye catcher. I want to make a big magical beanstalk. Now, I'm going to make it out of snow, and then warp netherwart blocks, and crimson netherwart blocks. These are temporary blocks, but I need to be able to see the different steps. I gave them all a little bit of a different palette, but that looks really neat. Now I gotta make leaves, and the first one was kind of terrible. I made it way too flat. After that, I figured it out. They need to be hanging, drooping in all directions. This was an insane puzzle, but I managed to get it done, and I really, really like the way this came out. Now that the base is slowly taking shape, I started adding more fun features into it. This is kind of random, it just happened while constructing, but I made a slime jump parkour in the beanstalk. This is such a sick way to get out. I love this. As part of the resource gathering that is happening in the cave, which I spoke of earlier, I made a slime refinery, which was kind of a funky build, because what is a slime? Well, nobody knows. I just made a slime lake and put industry there, which was hoisting the slime out of the lake and then putting it in a processing kettle. It all looked pretty cool. It was really fun figuring out what this would look like. I love how the cranes came out for this thing. That is awesome. I was making really good progress in the cave, but day 4000 was slowly creeping up on us, and I wanted to finish all the new advancements from the 1.20 update before I hit the 4000 day milestone. So I set out to complete that one advancement where I had no idea how long it was going to take. I still had to get the silence trim, and this one is really, really rare. 1.2% chance of getting this trim in ancient city chests, which are scary to loot. Up to this point, the ancient cities had frightened me, and I was not going to risk my world to get an armor trim. So I did a little bit of practice before I went into an ancient city, and I found out a pretty good way to loot them using night vision and swift potions. It turns out, spawning a warden is not such a big deal, you just gotta sneak away quickly. After discovering this key piece of knowledge, I got kinda hooked on raiding the ancient cities. Turns out, it's really kind of fun to find enchanted golden apples this way, and that got me into double digits. Nice. I was now a man with much enchanted fruit, a silence trim, and also a snout trim, because I realized I forgot to get this from the nether, still went for it. And not much later, I had all the advancements again. Alright, where were we? The green area, of course. But take notice how this actually feels like a cave now. At 3000 days, we had the one side nicely decorated, but now it actually feels like we're in a cave. Good stuff. Okay, let's build that pathway all the way down. I had to make a bridge over the waterfall here. Speaking of the waterfall, I decided to put some blocks in there so it also looks good in shaders. And I've gotten kind of hooked on the crazy blocks. Look at all this glazed terracotta and diamond ore. And speaking of glazed terracotta, I've used that in a bunch of places now. Love this stuff. Okay, back to the pathway. The next part starts in the castle, and then we have to be able to jump all the way down into this cave. Okay, first we need walls. I made a pathway with pillars through the middle. We got a lot to do though. And now with the coral in place and some frog lights hidden under moss carpets, torch flowers, a if we follow the pathway all the way down there, it goes into this tunnel with the glow lichen. That goes to the firework engine room, which I decorate as well. This tunnel leads to the storage room. Okay, in the green area, it comes out right here, but the green area itself is kind of empty, so I think we gotta build the greenhouse next. Just put a snow frame down here. Okay, I got the shape figured out. Let's do the interior structure. That looks cool, and then I just decorated the full thing. The interior for this looks sick, but I'm gonna build so many interiors, we can't show all of them. If you want to see it yourself, you can get the world download now on Patreon, or wait till I die in the world or end the series, and then you'll get it for free. Okay, next up, we're finishing the pathway now, but it leads through this wall behind the green area, and I gotta put in a couple caves to make it work well. First off, we'll have this cave right here. This is gonna have some custom mushrooms. I'll add a little bit of skulk around the walls here. These skulk veins look nice. And then we're just gonna make sure that the texture here works. Yo, this is a very cool cave. And I made another one a little bit further down, which is a bit more basic. Guys, I think we got it figured out. I'm just placing some lights over the entire green area and then some flowers, details. It was a ridiculous race against the clock, but right before day 4000, I was done. I had a pathway that went all the way to the bottom of the base. And honestly, the most annoying thing in the cave right now is the torch spam, but we'll get to that. For now, we gotta be happy with what we have. I added a cool firework feature, which looks really, really nice. And then we hit the 4,000 day milestone. And you don't even know how excited I am about this, because next up, we're gonna do the castle interior. Right now, the exterior looks dope, the cave looks dope. The castle interior, it's an empty shell. Let's fix that. At this point, on day 4000, our initial plan is pretty much completed. By YouTube Minecraft standards, I have a perfect base. But I think we can do better, so the interior is like the cherry on top. But to be fair, I should point out the big flaw in my world. Aside from not having an automated storage system, I really don't have a lot of projects outside of this castle area. So for the first time, since we built the snow farm, I'm gonna build other projects as well. 5,000 day arc, here we go. Day 4000, let's get to work. Right from the get-go, I wanted to start working on the castle interior, but it wasn't meant to, well, it was very annoying without my Elytra. But I did get to walk the pathway, and that was an awesome feeling. Those first few days, I just enjoyed the low-to-the-floor lifestyle, as I built a crop field and some small details next to the screenshot tower, which is a name that only makes sense if you've seen the world tour. The next day, I could fly again, so it was time to get to work. So the castle's looking epic, but this is the interior. Yeah, that won't do anymore. So I thought I was going to build a throne room here. I think it's too small though. So I came up with a better plan. We're going to put it right there. Now the idea here is that if we put the throne room all the way up there, we have lots of room for this lower castle, which will have dungeons, training rooms, soldiers' quarters, and we also have plenty of space in the upper castle to make the royal quarters, the royal bedroom, and a couple of really cool vantage points to see the surrounding area. Okay, first off, we gotta do the most important room in the entire castle. Now, the framework is really important here, and at some point, it looked interesting like a minion. This is totally a minion. Alright, this is a cool start to the room. I got some arches that will have an interesting wall pattern inside with some crying obsidian behind it. I think that would look cool. Yo, this is epic. Stairs are the best. Okay, I put a ceiling in the room with wooden support beams, but also composters and note blocks. These are super cool textures. Okay, now we need stairwells on either side of the throne room because I want to be able to walk all around the castle. And then we need a cool backdrop for the throne. We're going for Snowflake here because the area around the castle is frozen over, so I decided to call the castle Winter's Hold and the cave underneath Winter's Hollow. Okay, I replaced the wool with quartz and made a throne. Yeah, that looks pretty epic. But now I need to solve a problem. If we want to get out of the cave, we can use the Enderpearl stasis chamber to get all the way up to the base. But getting to the storage room and back is taking a little time, so I need a shorter route. Let's go to the redstone lab real quick, and I think I figured something out. If we can use this to go through the maps in the middle of the storage room, I think this is gonna work. I just need to bring the ceiling down a little bit. Okay, I've put some redstone under there. Let's try it out. Yo, this is epic. This is epic. Okay, there's one more thing to do though, because we have to drop her into this room. But I need to make another redstone door so we can secretly get into the storage room from right here. Let me dig through the floor. Okay, I think I have something. Let's give it a shot. So we go here. There's a slime block. And that works. And now from there, we can go into the cave, and then we can use the stasis chamber to get back up. Okay, this is really cool stuff. Also, I added a timing circuit so we can go in one go now. Redstone development are coming in clutch. I realized that the castle needs a banner, so I designed something cool and put it in the throne room. Yeah, that's a good upgrade. But now I have one room in the castle done. And we need a lot more. Let me build some frameworks because I need to figure out how the lower castle is laid out. I'm using some sand pillars here to understand the shapes a little bit better. Okay, this looks like a crazy mess right now, but I think it's gonna work. I think I can see it. Yeah, this is good. Let's make a stairwell right here. Now, there's a lot of rooms around here, so we're gonna go over them quite quickly. This one is a training arena. I put some sand in there for the floor, and then I designed a perfectly balanced room. Because if you want to have a 1v1 training fight, it has to be fair. Okay, I need a bunch of beehives, so I stole these guys as homes, and I think I left most of them behind. Hopefully, I don't want to have bees in the base. But they make for super cool ceiling blocks. So this room is going to be the mess hall where the soldiers eat. We'll get back to that one in a little bit, because I blame you guys. Stream chat asked me to do dungeons, we're doing dungeons. Okay, this is also attached to the central dropper. I'll put some gates here. We have some small holding cells. Oh, hang on guys. I'm out of iron bars. We need to get some more. Let me go through this door here and then we get into the dropper. So I'll just jump down here. Then we go through redstone door number 1. Hit the slime, go through the map. Nice. And then if we fly over here into the green area, we can go through here and then here's the iron farm. Oh, there's plenty of stuff here. Okay, I'll make the iron bars, and then let's go back to the dungeon. I put the bars in place, but I want to press pause here because I just teleported, and the teleporter room looks terrible. So we're doing that next. Right, so the teleporter room is this one, which I thought was going to be the throne room. Let's start with wall designs. That's not quite it. Okay, that looks a little better already. Now I just need to figure out how to do this pattern. I think it's this, and then to the sides. Okay, I'm gonna put frog lights behind it. See if that works. Ooh, that's kind of nice. I just need to get some crimson stems, and I haven't even showed you where that farm is. Let's go down here again. Guys, I gotta admit, I'm a little addicted at just getting something now because this way is so cool. Just through the storage, and then we go to the pink area right here. Let me aim this. Okay, here's an output room. I still have to decorate this, but this is where the nether tree farm, amongst other things, go. So, that's how we get the stuff. So let's teleport back up there. Okay, that's what I thought. The crimson stems work much better than the frog lights. Yo, that is very cool ceiling design. Okay, now I just gotta do all the patterns for the arches. Build that up there with the andesite. Okay, that's a good start. I like this. I just gotta get some calcite real quick because I'm totally out. Let's find a stony peak spot. I've been flying for a while. I haven't seen one yet. Oh, here it is. Okay, I'll just get this calcite. Let me take a couple shortcuts of the stuff while we're here. Okay, with all the calcite, I could now finish the teleporter room. And this room looks like this now. That is much better to teleport back to every time we get out of the base. Nice. The castle interior is steadily evolving, but I was just chilling on my throne and I realized something. The last time that I did anything about the village next to the castle is like 2,500 days ago. So it is due for an upgrade. I put a beacon in place, did a little bit of terraforming to get the terrain ready, and then I started work on a place that is called The Junction. A marketplace area that kind of ties everything together here. Okay, that looks like a good start. Alright, I just built up this plaza with a variation of stone bricks and some andesite. Make a couple pathways all around the place to connect things up. This needs a little trim. Okay, and then the pathway goes up here. And I'll make some custom trees here. Cover that up. Okay, that's a good start. I'll put some leaves around the side here, and then it is now time to start working on the barn. This is going to be the food storage for the village. Spruce logs for the frame. Let's figure out something for the roof. I came up with a combination of spruce planks and oak planks. That is good. Okay, now I need some hay bales for the storage. Let me replant the field real quick. Don't tell anybody there's snow inside. Then let's put a pulley system here so we can hoist the hay bales up. Yo, that looks very cool. Okay, the barn is coming along quite well, but now I want to build a start to the tavern right next to it. We'll just have some stone walls here. I'll put bamboo on the roof for now, but I think I want hay bales. Put a floor in there, a little bit of orange terracotta. Yo, I realized that harvesting the crop field is just not the way to go. I'm gonna raid a bunch of villagers for hay bales instead. Okay, let's replace that roof. Yes, that's it. That's a classic look. You need at least one building in your world like that. Okay, then some wooden details around the frame of the roof. Let's check this out. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, I did the other side as well. Now let's add some detailing to the entrance of the barn. Yes. Guys, I got stoked. Last night, I finished all of it. This is the interior for the barn. We have melon storage. I have some pie shells here. We got pumpkins and hay bales. And then next door, the tavern is called the Creep Inn. We got some barrels here. Let's make taps out of that. And then here we have a terrace. I like this a lot. This is so cool. Okay, next up, let's make some market stalls around the junction area. I made a bunch of different market stalls, and those are coming together really well. Now, we need some trees in the area, and I think cherry trees will look cool, but they need to be in these planters. I came up with this design. Honestly, that looks really neat. I've spent about 90 days on the junction area now, but I think I need to extend the oak forest around it a little bit before we're done. I ran out of saplings, so I'm just harvesting up some leaves with a fortune hoe. Okay, now let's expand the forest. I'll add a fountain right here, and then we need a pathway next to it, and a well up here. Okay. There are a couple details left to finish, like this pathway over here, but in general, the area has come alive. Look at this. We have the junction with the marketplace right in the forest there. Let me make some banners for the Creep Inn because we need to finish that. Honestly, guys, details are key. Yo, this is super cool. This is gonna look epic. Okay, I'll just build an entrance here. Then the banners. Extinguished campfires on the top, which are like literally one of the best blocks in the game. And then all we need to do is finish the interior. Okay, next up, we're gonna do something really stupid. It is Halloween tomorrow, and I've decided that I'm gonna make a full Halloween build in just 5 hours. So all of these shulkers are full of pumpkins from the farm, and I'm gonna use a bunch of them to make a castle. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm enjoying the castle build here, but it's just taking too long. So I'm gonna build an entire castle in just 5 hours. Start the timer. Here we go. There's something I quickly gotta do first. Powder snow scares me, so we're gonna make some safety slippers. Okay, that feels a lot better. Right, so first up, we gotta build the main hall. This footage is not sped up, by the way. This is how you play if you want to build a full castle in 5 hours. Oh god, I'm already 12 minutes into the challenge, and I have made a rectangle. You know what will really help? I already have a beacon under here because I mined some andesite. I'm gonna put that on jump boost, because I have a feeling it's gonna go a lot quicker if I can jump 2 blocks high. Well, that is absolutely true. Let's get these phantoms out of here. I have now built the framework for the main hall of the castle. Let's just put a roof on there. There we go. And then we gotta figure out where the towers go now. Okay, that looks weird, but I think we're on the right track. I'm almost 2 hours in. Now we gotta add the walls in between the towers. Right. We're about halfway done. Oh my god, there's so much work left. Just gonna make the tops of the towers. These phantoms are insane. Okay, this looks good. Now just add a bridge so we can enter. 3 hours, 10 minutes. I need a skull here to fit the Halloween theme. Oh my god, I messed it up. After building it down 2 blocks lower, that now fits. Bone blocks on the inside. Okay, that's kind of sick. These are easily the most intense 5 hours of Minecraft I've ever played. During this entire build, I'm just butterfly clicking to be fast enough, but it's working. I'll just add another hall with a roof on here. It was wild. But after 5 hours, this is what I had to show for it. It's kinda insane. Now, since we have this thing here, I better use it for something. Let's put a sheep farm inside. crazy thing, making the sheep farm inside took me 2.5 times longer than building the castle around it. Kinda insane. Anyway, now I could kill the sheep at the main base, which saved a little bit of anti-lag. To finish the farm, I just made a sorting system on the top so that all the colors get sorted out into their own chests. Meanwhile, the days were flying by, so I decided to go back to the castle decoration, and to do that, I needed to get some cobwebs. Using cobwebs and lots of small interior blocks, I made the cells like this royal cell, which is kind of fancy. But if I ever capture an opposing king, this is where I'm gonna keep him. Surely not foreshadowing at all. Some details, some bookshelves here. Okay, this looks kind of nice. I think we got it for here. Next. All the cells were coming together pretty well, until I messed up in the weirdest way. Now, for most people, this wouldn't be a problem, but look what I did. After getting sweet dreams on the very first night, I had misclicked on a bed in the village, and if you paid very, very close attention, you might have seen it, because that's where I came out of the end after fighting the Ender Dragon the first time. But since then, I've never clicked on a bed, and now my streak of 4,400 plus days is gone. Still, I got out of the bed in time, but man, I was so bummed. At least we're done here. Okay, this cell is super creepy. These are terrible. You don't want to be in here. I think we got it for the dungeon. With that, we're done with the lower castle for now, so let's move to the upper castle, which is still very empty. I've put snow frames in here already, so we have some idea for the layout. Okay, to match the aesthetic of the rest of the castle, I'm gonna use a lot of sandstone, and we'll use quartz to make everything look fancy. These stairs should go up to the royal quarters. Okay, that looks nice. I need more pillars here, and like an arch to make it flow well. Big pillar here. I think the key to making this castle look good is having pillars everywhere so that all the different parts look supported. Okay, I'm out of sandstone though, so I have to take a quick trip to the desert to get some more. Honestly, I think getting sand is so much quicker than getting the sandstone that we might as well just use sand and craft it up. Okay, I think we got all of it. No. What the heck is that creeper? Okay, I got everything I need. Let's get back to work. Okay, I still need an archway here to make everything look a little bit more supported. And then I think we have most of the structural details. Let's start building some interiors. Okay, I'll put a floor in here. This is going to be the royal library. I'll put some stripped dark oak logs over here. I made a little bit of a goofy parkour to one of the balconies. This is kind of cool. Oh god, there's a lot of mobs here. It's so easy to forget that we're working in a perimeter. Yo, that's crazy. I just realized something. Back when I first made the castle, I worked from the exterior, so I have all these towers and stuff, but we need to be able to get to the balconies. This one's easy, but some of the other ones might be challenging. Okay, next up, I still need to make the interior layout for the royal bedroom. And I found this. Yeah, this is epic. I'll put a campfire here, and then that is the chimney. Let's put a chimney on top. That looks really nice, but it is now also a castle entrance. Okay, back to the library. Let's put a ceiling in there, have some support beams, lanterns, and then for a library, we need bookshelves, of course. Okay, that looks nice. Now I need something else. Let me make a quick trip to the new castle. This place looks sick. Okay, I have the wool storage all sorted out at the top. Let me take the blue wool. And then from the nether tree farm, we'll get some sticks. Craft that up into banners. And then I'll copy a sugar box full of the Winterhold banner. And then those can go here in the royal bedroom. And I actually put them all over the castle. These things really, really finish it. And that is the royal bedroom done. Yeah, we're flying through this. Most of the upper castle is already done. I need to make some defensive positions. This is the main entrance once you get to the top of the pathway. Seeing these hanging signs during editing makes my heart hurt a little bit. They look so cool, but I had to remove them and replace them with iron bars because of lag. Okay, now we need a guard room behind here. With some out here, we still have a lot of them. For most of the project, I had my shulkers in the throne room, but I moved them out here. It's time to get them out of here as well, because we make a little garden here. I like the idea that if the castle is ever under siege, we have some emergency food supply. Let me get a water bucket. Okay, then we'll make an unlimited water source up here and make a farm around that. I'll need some wheat, and then we plant the seeds over here. Put some other, maybe some pumpkins, melons, and then here we can have some cocoa beans on the logs. Yes, that's some fully grown pumpkins over here, a melon over here, and I think we got our farm, beetroots and all. Okay, it is time to make a lap through the castle and find any places that I haven't finished yet. I made this small transition room, realized that the mess hall wasn't quite done, and I had not made the kitchen yet. So let's do that next. Put a tabletop here, put some water here just to work with. Let's fill the cauldrons. And then this looks like a... That's cool. Then let's put some cakes here on the shelves. And then we need storage because they gotta have some food to work with. Okay, this looks good. I like it. Okay, at this point, I'm working towards finishing the lower castle entirely. Next up, we do the apartments. This is where the fancy people in the castle live. These are all unique and really cool. I would encourage you to check out the world tour if you want to see them in more detail, because we can't really show all of them. Okay, guys, it's almost day 4,600, and I think the castle is done for now. That leaves me with two options. Either we continue working on the cave, or I do an entire different project. I think I have enough for day 5,000. Remember that ocean monument that I straight up just stole earlier in the video to make the castle exterior details? Well, I left it as a hole in the ocean. So, I think it's time to build a guardian farm here. Now, I had a really cool ocean monument project in my first hardcore season, but that took me like 1,400 days to make. And I'm gonna challenge myself, after that 5-hour Halloween project, I have a feeling that in just a couple hundred days, I can make a really cool project. Let's go for it. First, I need to make some more sand walls because we gotta drain the area around the monument. Luckily, the area isn't too big, so I'm just gonna use sponges to dry out these strips. I'm just placing them like a bit of a maniac, but it works if the strips are narrow enough. Okay, that is the first one done. Now I just gotta collect all the sponges, which actually really sucks. I can barely get to them. Right, I'll just get to the nether and then we can dry them out quickly. There we go. After draining the first strip, I smartened up and I realized that you could break the sponges on the way down. Sure, you'll probably lose a couple doing it this way, but that is a fair trade if you realize how much time it saves you. Taking down the sand walls was honestly my favorite part of the project so far. Now we just gotta level out the floor a little bit. I want to have some more space to build with, but at this point I didn't really have a plan. The only thing I knew is that I needed to know where the ocean monument hitbox was, so I left a couple layers of the monument in place and started mining out the area around it. Yo guys, a thunderstorm just started. I thought of something really cool. In my Season 1 Hardcore World, I had 1,500 mob heads from thunderstorms, but I haven't wanted to destroy my world, so I didn't do any mob head hunting in this world. What if I make the top of this build waterlogged, and then, whenever there's a thunderstorm, we can just go here and farm mob heads? Yo, that's epic. I still gotta make a guardian farm though, and we're going portal based for this one, but that's a bit of a change. Let me go to my spawn real quick. So here I know my coordinates. We have 0, 0 mark while making new maps. If we do that, I can totally find a location. It's just gonna be a bit of a challenge. Okay guys, I figured it out. If you want to know how I did it, go to the full 5,000 day movie because that has all the details in it. But for now, the portals are linked and this works. And that means I can now set up the nether side storage system. I'll just put the portal up here so the guardians die from fall damage. Then we need automated item filters. Okay, so the storage system, but now I need a ton of obsidian to make the actual portals for the farm. So let's go to the end and mine a bunch. The reason that we go with a portal-based farm is that the guardians spawn inside of the portals, immediately get teleported to the nether, and that frees up the mob cap, which means you spawn an insane amount of mobs. Now, I never need that many drops in a single player world, so what we're gonna do is I'm only gonna fill up about half of the potential portal space, and that makes it so we can hide all the farm in a build and it will just look cool. You won't even be able to tell that it's a farm if you didn't know it was. Okay, many hours have passed, but we're finishing up the portals now. Let me just get a little bit more obsidian to finish it off, and then these should be the last sections. but this is what it looks like now. Okay, and done. So far, the farm isn't even fully operational, but it's producing so many resources already, so I had to clean out the storage and build more chests. It's crazy. So I'm thinking about the build now, and I came up with a crazy idea. I'm gonna remove the sand walls, and because I've dug out the area in the middle, this is not gonna autofill. So instead of glass walls, I'll have no walls. Okay, this is gonna wait for a second. To make sure the farm works well, we'll have to light up all the caves around this area. And that's gonna be a challenge because I don't really know how to find them. I'm just gonna go caving and we're gonna stay underground until I can find no more spots. Okay, I just spent about 3 hours underground spamming torches. I don't even really care if we got it all, but that should help a lot by keeping the wildcat empty.
Look at that dumbass, guys. He's grinding his little heart out. But for what? Let me tell you a story. He had a hardcore world before where he died to a single piglin. Honestly, that can happen to anyone if you're not wearing any armor and it's day 3. But this man did it after 6,560 days in full netherite. All that work lost in seconds. And to be honest, I don't know why he did all the building in the first place. We were once nominated for the same award, Best Hardcore Series. Looney, builder of many things in thousands of hours, versus me, Clownpierce, a man with blaze rods, and called it a day. Guess who walked away with the prize? All that work for nothing, and he's dumb. What a waste of a Minecraft player.
Oh, what the heck, dude? How did you get here? Leave me alone. I gotta finish this project. Okay, let's take all the sand walls down now. Honestly, this farm looks nuts. It's almost a shame that we're gonna hide it. Okay, I need dark prismarine to start building up the actual structure, but I'm trying to get these guardians to kill squids, and it doesn't really look like it's working quickly enough. That means I gotta build a squid farm. I don't really want to do this, but I don't think there's any real way around it. For now, let's just build with the blocks that we have. I started wrapping the pillars, and I think this works. I figured out a pretty cool design, built a couple of them, did all the top sections that I could, and now we have this as a start. I'm gonna build a monument structure on top of that, but for now, let's build that squid farm first. Right, I'm just gonna drain out this river, put some sand dividers in there. Okay, that's a good start. Now let's get the sponges. This is a lot easier when these strips are so small. Then we dry them out in the nether and rinse and repeat. That actually wasn't too bad. I got this done real quick. Now we gotta build the portals in there, and that also means I need to figure out the coordinates again, but these we can reference from the main base. Guys, I'm gonna cut this scene out, but I had a struggle with it. I got it wrong in so many different ways. If you want to see it, it's in the full 5,000 day movie, but this was terrible. I finally did get it linked up though. And the farm is working, but I think I have to do something that I really don't like to do. This farm only works if the only water that you're loading in the area is in the farm. And there's only really one way to do that, and that's from high up in the sky here. I'm gonna AFK for an hour. I normally never do this, but you gotta do what you gotta do. I was actually so terrified doing this. I never AFK, and AFKing in hardcore it's not good. It's not good. I sat here for the entire hour watching it. Wow. Okay, now it is time to fill in the structure of the farm. And while we're doing this, this farm is pretty much gonna produce all the prismarine I could ever use. Yo, I have already waterlogged this platform, and we have a thunderstorm. Let me see if I can get rid of the torches and kill some creeper here. I want to test it. Okay, got him. That one over there, got him. Okay, here we go, here we go, here we go. Yes! Yo, I got them all. The thunderstorm lasted for like 30 seconds, but this thing works. We have a proof of concept. Let's get another one. Zombie head, nice. Yo, the structure's really taking shape, but I just realized I did something dumb. I just had to remove all the torches when the thunderstorm started, and that wasted a bunch of time. So we need a better system that I can automatically turn on and off. So I came up with this idea. I'm carving a shape out of the top of the ocean monument, and then I'm gonna put some redstone lamps in there with leaves on top, because you can waterlog those now, so they're blast proof. And then we just need a redstone circuit underneath. It's not the cleanest redstone, but it doesn't really matter. It's fine here. I think this is gonna work. Now we're just gonna decide on the final shape of the project, because initially I thought it was gonna be an ocean monument thing with a roof that was waterlogged. But then somebody in chat had a cool suggestion. Since we're getting the mob heads here, it would be pretty cool if this was like an arena. So I located some spots for pillars. Yeah, I think this is very, very cool. Okay, that's a good layout, but the sides of the structure are super boring. So I need to add some details here. Okay, and then walls. Yeah, I think this is gonna work. And then we need something around the outside. Guys, I like this, but I also have an issue. The circle in the water, it's too small. It looks like the building is just... it's being hugged by the sea. I don't want it. It needs more space. Okay, am I really gonna do this? Yeah, I'm really gonna do this. We need to drain more water. Okay, I'll just start with a wider circle of snow blocks around it and see if I like this shape. So the idea behind it is that we need to be able to see more of the supporting pillars. And I think this works. Yeah, this is good. Okay, this is going to be a big draining operation, so I need to be a little bit more serious about it than last time. Sponges are not going to cut it here. I need redstone machines. Okay, the first one is this weird zero-tick setup with pistons. The top piston resets the one underneath, and that makes it so you can drop sand into the ocean really quickly. Check this out. Okay, to make sure we can keep going, I need to remove this kelp really quickly. And then we just need to place sand walls, and sand walls, and sand walls, and more sand walls. Alright, that's what I'm talking about. Now, let's set up the redstone drainers. Okay, and then these are honey, so they don't break the return station on the other side. Let's see if it works. Oh yes, it's flying back. So these push themselves down, and they're gonna remove a lot of water, but the water at both edges is gonna stay there, so we don't initially see it until we use the sponges, and then we should see massive areas of water just flowing down. I swear, this is the most amount of progress that I've ever made where you can't see that I did anything. We need to make smaller sections at the ends here to remove the last bit of water. Okay, I got the first area entirely drained. Let's take the sand wall down. And we remove the machine, and then I can clear this last bit of water. And that's the first bit of dry ground. It had been so long ago since I drained an ocean monument. Honestly, I swear, this is one of the most fun things you can do in Minecraft. I love this project. Okay, let's put the sponges here, and then that should flow the last bit of water down. I think we have mostly all of it done. Okay, awesome. We just have the sections on either side left, and then I gotta start smoothing out the terrain a bit. I want this to look as if the building is magically pushing out all the water. Like, it's a sinkhole. Think of a sinkhole. Okay, I got the last bit of water done. It's time to really start mining now. There's no set plan for this. I don't have any outlines or reference. I just need to make sure that the terrain gently slopes down towards the middle. Okay guys, I think I just about got it. I'm mining out the last section. Let's remove the sand walls now. Okay, that was kinda sick. Now we just gotta build the base of the remaining pillars. And to make sure that the structure is a bit less isolated, I'm gonna make this entrance walkway with supporting pillars as well. Okay, then we put some railings and details on there, some sea lanterns. Then these big cool arches at the front end to really make it stand out. And now I need to finish the arena part. I'm gonna put these glowing spheres here. Okay, that looks cool. Now we need a structure around that. Then I added some details on the outside of the pillars, as well as some chains to finish up the Colosseum vibe in the middle. And I got it. This project has taken like all of 300 days. That's 100 hours of work for an entire project. That's like nothing. I did a really good job here. We just need to put some finishing touches. I'm gonna put some sea lanterns here. That lights up the area a little bit. I really like the beacon beams in the middle as well. And then I'm gonna build a quip right here in the middle. Yo guys, I accidentally made it so that the top 2 layers of water of the conduit can spawn guardians. You know what? I'm gonna leave it like this, and I'm also gonna name tag a couple, because the farm is doing absolutely crazy. So just having 3 or 4 guardians in the mob cap is not gonna break it at all, and it gives it that ocean monument feel back. Oh god, these guys do damage. I better get out of here. Yo, oh, this is really cool. Wrapping up the project, we got a thunderstorm, so I got to show the new Mobhead Arena monument in action. This thing is insane. In a single thunderstorm, I got about 30 mob heads. This is so much fun to do. As always, the last 100 days of this 1000-day were a bit of a blur as I tried to put the finishing touches on all the structures that still need work. I removed all the hanging signs to fix the lag issues. I added an archery range right next to the farm. And then it was time to work on one last big project inside of the castle as I made a secret hidden treasury room underneath the dungeons. With the diamond blocks in place in the treasury, the castle was now done, and from nothing at all, we had turned it into something that looked quite miraculous. A base that we can now walk all the way up to, but also down to bedrock, with many, many cool things to explore, and a castle that just makes sense. Like, this could be an actual thing where people lived. Many odd things happened, and many cool places were built. But I wasn't quite done yet. It was still time for that final sprint to day 5000. By now, it is day 4955, and I'm literally in that last rush to finish the remaining things and end strong in day 5000. I decided to cover up the squid farm because this looked terrible, and now it's kind of hidden in the terrain again. And then I went back to the mountain because there's one thing that you guys have been asking for the longest time. The mountain still looks a little bit out of place, and it is time to fix it. So I started adding some trees around the outside, and over time, we'll have to blend it into the terrain by making smaller and less trees going out from the mountain. We'll get to that though, because now day 5000 was creeping up on us. And then there was one last thing left to be done to properly celebrate. I had to go to the nether to get more netherite so I could retire my armor set. After all, this one has kept us safe for 5000 days. It is time for some new threads. After figuring out cool names for all the new armor pieces, I put the old set on an armor stand and took the new one with me. Because it was time to celebrate the biggest milestone yet. I had made it to 5000 days, and what an incredible journey it has been. Putting everything together in this one video was an absolutely crazy experience. I mean, take a look at this. This is only what happened in the last 1000 days. Between day 4000 and 5000, my base truly transformed from the concept of a base to a full base with interiors everywhere. And the crazy thing about it, at this point, that is only 20% of our journey. So it's truly not that much of a surprise that as I was walking towards the firework control room for the 5000 day celebration, the entire journey flashed before my eyes. I hope you enjoyed the journey so far. I, for one, am really proud of what we have accomplished, and I'm also super stoked to be slowly entering the next chapter of this world. In this video, there are a million things that I haven't been able to show you, so if you want to see the world in a little bit more detail, you can check it out in the world tour video here, or you can go to my Patreon to get early access to the world download. You will all get the world download for free when I eventually end the series, but let's hope that's not for a long time. Thank you for watching this story about a world that should have never existed.
Yes! It works! It actually works!
I have survived 2,000 days in hardcore Minecraft, and this is my story from day 1000 to 2000. Back when we hit that 1,000 day milestone, I had a little fireworks show at my starter house while I looked at everything we had done. In just 1,000 days, I had transformed an entire biome to build the foundation for my mega base. But on day 1001, well, let's just say that I wasn't really feeling it. After all, there was nothing but a goofy looking mountain hiding away my industrial area. So before the next 1,000 days are over, I want to have a truly incredible base here. The first thing I needed was a ton of frameworking blocks. It just so happens that sand is the perfect block for that. I'll show you why later, but for now, we had to get to a desert. By this point in time, I knew my way around my world quite well. Not using F3 ever for navigation had forced me to remember where everything was. So I flew out to the closest desert I knew of to collect a few shulkers of sand. Once my shulkers were full, I flew back to my mountain I built on top of it. And I had a pretty good idea what kind of build that would be. So I collected some wool and kits from the farm hidden under the mountain. And with the but this was no ordinary. Normally, I'll build the outlines of a project, and then when I'll start filling in the white. In this case, that we got the shape right the first time. The thing is, the mountain looked so weird at this stage, and a bunch of people had said that they couldn't really see it work out with that goofy flat top. And if I'm honest, they weren't wrong, of course. Building just anything on top of this mountain would look incredibly weird. But I had something in mind. I was going to build a castle. But not just any castle. A castle that would make this mountain feel like it had always been here. The picture that I had in mind looked truly incredible. So as I completed the wool reference lines that measured out the mountaintop, there was just one thought in my mind. I was going to prove everyone wrong. But to do that, it would help a lot if I could get a clear idea of what the castle shape was going to look like early on. So rather than just building the outlines, I decided to build the entire rough shape of the castle out of temporary blocks. So that's where all the sand I collected earlier came into the picture. Not much later, we had this crazy looking sandcastle on top of the mountain. Honestly, this was a wonderful moment. Not because of what I was looking at, but because the sand frame allowed me to look into the future and see what the mountain could look like with a proper base on top. That's enough daydreaming for now. I had run out of sand and we were going to need a lot more. As I was getting ready to fly out to the desert once more, I realized that it was probably a good idea to get a nether portal set up in the area for faster travel. But that was easier said than done. Because I'm sure you remember that we aren't using F3 in this world. But even if you don't know your coordinates, there are still ways to set up nether portals to remote locations. Some of those ways are smarter than others though, and in this case, I went for the goofiest of all solutions. I got on top of the nether route through my gold farm portal. That one is actually properly lined up using maps, and from there, well, basically I flew off into the distance and hoped that I guessed the distance right. Obviously, I didn't. So I tried again, and then once more, and then a few more times. But finally, we ended up in the right area. At least, that meant that future trips would be a lot quicker. So I grabbed my shovel and started gathering plenty of sand to continue work on the castle framework. Until I ran into an issue just minutes later. This actually wasn't the first time I ran into this exact problem either. You see, my shulker boxes were full. And I don't mean just the boxes I had with me. No, pretty much all of them. The output of the farms under the mountain had been filling up while I built up the biome around it, and I placed all the snow layers to make it spawn-proof. Now back in my previous hardcore world, I would always go out to loot end cities, simply because I enjoy the process a lot. The thing is, I really wanted to focus on building up the main base, and all the short end trips had gotten way too disruptive. Luckily, the logical solution was right in front of my eyes. If you keep running out of shulker boxes, you probably need to build a shulker farm. But if I was going to change my mind on one of the very few farms I'd said I probably wouldn't ever build, well, then we were going to do it on my own terms. So even though you can build these farms in the end just fine, I decided the only right place for the farm would be under the main base with all the other farms. That just presented the small issue of having to bring a shulker from the end to the overworld. Now, if you've seen the 1000 Days movie, you know that we got locked in the end by a glitch that almost cost me my world. Well, this adventure was about to get even scarier. But before I could head to the end to get a shulker, there was one other thing that needed to be taken care of first. You see, bringing a shulker to the overworld was only about half the journey. If we managed to send one of these guys off through the end portal, it would end up at the world spawn, which is an estimated 4,000 blocks from where we wanted to end up. Now, there is only one logical way to transport a shulker over that sort of distance, and that is, well, exactly, a one wide ice path to scoot over in a boat. If we're getting a shulker farm, we are doing it the Looney way. With the ice road built and tested, I was confident enough in my boating skills. So I made my way to the end to start my quest to find a suitable shulker. That basically meant that we had to spot one of those goofy goobers close to an end gateway, so we could teleport it to the main island. And so, our quest began. A quest that would shoot my heart rate into the 190s in a moment where I was certain I was about to die and lose my world. But I didn't know that just yet. I felt like everything was under control when I made my way through the end portal in a moment that, in hindsight, would invoke a crazy sense of deja vu. Once I got to the end, I made my way into the outer end regions and started looking for the right spot. Both end cities and gateways are sort of rare, so finding both of them close together can be a tricky thing to do. It took a little while to find a place that looked right, but eventually I came across this end ship that had a gateway not too far from it. So once I found this place, I secured the shulker in a boat, and under loud protests from my stream chat, I started building another single wide ice road. But this time, it was over the void. I felt like nothing could go wrong here. The end ships are well above the void, so even if I did steer the boat off the side, I had plenty of time to get out and open up my elytra. So everyone in chat could protest all they wanted. We were on a loony mission, and I was about to do things my way. Once I had bridged far enough out to reach the end gateway, I just had to make a landing platform down there. So I jumped off, opened my elytra, aimed for the gateway, and placed an ice block to land on. Which was slippery, of course, so I slid right through the end portal. No big deal if you know the coordinates of the location you were at, but if you don't use F3, well, then you're out of luck. So the only thing I could do here was try to fly in the same direction as before, hoping to find my ice bridge. But no matter how far I increased my render distance, I couldn't find it. Lucky for me, it seems that the dumber I act, the more lucky I end up being. Because I stumbled upon my favorite location in the outer end regions that I have ever seen. On an earlier stream, I had found this gem. An end city with a gateway that spawned in above the highest tower. There's already a map on the wall of my starter house to help me navigate back to this spot in case I ever want to use it as a base location. But for now, it was the perfect spot to get our shulker. Honestly, this is way safer than the spot we had before. Right? Well, we were about to find out. The easiest way to get a shulker through the gateway from this spot was to make a simple rail system and just send it through the gateway in a minecart. But that wasn't my move here. I was so committed to do this in the dumbest way possible. So after I dug out the top of the tower and then sealed the vertical room off so the other shulkers wouldn't bother me, I whipped out a fishing rod and went to work. I figured out that if you use the shulker bullets to levitate upwards for a while, the game thinks you have a lot of momentum, which basically sends anything flying into orbit if you pull the rod. Pretty quickly, I got lucky and landed the shulker on top of my platform that was level with the gateway. I got in a boat, but then panicked as I approached the gateway and got out slightly too early. So I flew around, got back in the boat, but then the game sent me off in the opposite direction than I had intended, which dropped the boat off the side and sent me back to square one. So I extended the platform a little bit and tried again. With a beautiful pull of the rod, I landed the shulker on top of the platform once more, got in the boat, and this time I didn't back down at the gateway. But that's where things got scary. A lot of weird things were about to follow each other in quick succession. As I boated through the gateway, I started taking suffocation damage from the bedrock, which already startled me. But then I was sent through, into nothingness. So I waited for the terrain to load in, but it didn't. And then I heard wind noises, as if I was flying with my elytra. Quickly I paused the game to allow myself time to think. I couldn't see anything, but the sound implied something was wrong. I was moving. I decided to wait for the terrain to load, but somehow it just wouldn't. So I decided to unpause, nothing except for flying sounds. Then I remembered something. If you pause the game, using F3 plus escape, the game freezes, but you can still see your world rather than a pause menu. But since the game is rendering in this state, it will also load in chunks. So I unpause, press F3 and escape as quickly as I can, and that's when I see this. And it absolutely throws me off. I'm under the end island? How can I be under the island? I won't take void damage until I'm 64 blocks under the bottom of the pillars, so I can still easily fly away from this spot safely. So I unpause, and I try to open up my elytra when I see the most scuffed animation I have ever seen in this game. I'm definitely falling. And I tried to open up my elytra 3 times right there, but it wouldn't. And that's when I saw it. Right above my hotbar, it said press left shift to dismount. I was falling in a boat and the game was glitched out. At this moment, I realize what I have to do to save it, but I'm almost out of time to pull it off. I have to unpause the game, press shift to get out of the boat, immediately open up my elytra and spam rockets to fly upwards before I'm in the void long enough to take 3 damage ticks. So I take a deep breath, get ready, and unpause. As I pressed shift to get out of the boat, the game caught up and figured out where everything was. Oh my god. That's the most scuffed Minecraft moment I have ever seen. In this moment, I was so sure I was about to die to a glitched out game. But here I was. For the second time, I had escaped a glitched end. And for the second time, I had made peace with the fact that I was about to lose the world because the game glitched out on me. So sketched out by everything that had just happened, I had flown out of the end as quickly as I could. But as my heart rate came back down, I remembered that we still had to go back to get that shulker. So before heading out, I quickly got some splash potions of healing to make sure we could bring it back to full health, since it had taken some damage from shooting itself. After all that, I really didn't want to risk this guy killing himself accidentally. When the potions were done, I was ready and I flew back to the end to finish what we had started. It took a fair bit of struggling with the boat, floating up, pulling the fishing rod and then rinsing and repeating. But eventually, we managed to get the shulker to the dragon's nest, where he refused to teleport because somehow the boat prevented it. Hoping for the best, I grabbed my bow to break the boat. And sort of unexpectedly, that did the trick. Or at least, I guess it did, since he definitely teleported out of here. So I made my way out of the end and flew towards my world spawn, hoping to find the little guy there. And sure enough, on the middle of the platform we had set up, exactly where I expected him, there he was. That meant there was just one tricky obstacle left. Because remember how I said that was only half of the adventure? Well, we had a little bit of boating to do. So I got on the ice road, zoomed my camera in for maximum stability, and I started boating. My chat had about 0% confidence in my plan. And I will admit, it looked super dumb. But as morning turned to afternoon, then to evening, and eventually to night, I slowly but surely made my way over 4,000 blocks of ice as I brought a shulker all the way to my main base. Right at the end, I still fell off because I was freaking out about phantoms. I haven't slept in this world after all. Just to be sure, I got some more healing potions, but apparently shulkers don't like rain. So as I approached him, he teleported away right in front of my eyes. So I flew into the mountain industrial area to check. And sure enough, I had successfully brought a shulker from the end to my industrial area 4,000 blocks away from spawn. And it had only taken one death scare. Holy stripped birch. What an adventure that was. But we did it. The hard part was over. Now I just had to build the farm before we could get back on track. But before I did anything else, I had to clean up. So I got rid of the ice blocks we had used to transport the shulker, and only then I flew back under the mountain to start construction on the farm. The design for this farm is so cool, I'll tell you how it works. First of all, you need to make sure there are 17 air blocks all around it, or you'll end up with a huge mess. That's not foreshadowing at all, don't worry about it. See, I tower up here. That is definitely the right move. Now the farm relies on a simple yet sort of crazy mechanic. When shulkers get hit, they have a chance to duplicate. That's where these snowmen come in. They don't actually damage the shulker, but by throwing snowballs, they still make it mad enough to split and teleport. When that happens, the new shulker tries to decide where to go. It looks for a full block to attach to. It has an air block or transparent block in front of it. And that's the trickery of this farm. When checking for air blocks, it sees scaffolding from its current orientation. That is a little complicated, but bear with me. Right now, the shulker is right side up, so it's looking upwards into the farm. That means that every block it looks at right now looks like a valid spot. But then it teleports to the slab above the scaffolding, and once it gets there, it is now upside down, which makes the top of the scaffolding look like a full block. Players can stand on it after all. And that's true for all of the scaffolding in the entire farm to teleport again. And with how this thing is designed, there are just a couple places left to go. And they're all right here, where the shulkers get picked up by minecarts and dumped into a single block space. As soon as 20 shulkers gather there, they will start dying to anti-cramming right away. Big shout out to IanXO4 for figuring this stuff out, and ending credits for designing the farm. This whole thing is honestly crazy to me. But let's get back to my hardcore adventure. With the preparations out of the way, it was time to grab my fishing rod again and hoist the shulker up into the farm. After all the practice in the end, I was now an absolute master at this. So I attached a rod, flung it up in the air, and quickly built blocks under the flying shulker to catch it. And before we knew it, I had the shulker in the farm. But this is where things were about to go wrong. I tried to study each farm I built for a little bit at least, but from there, I usually build it from memory as much as possible. that often leads to something malfunctioning. Which is honestly great, because that's when you learn something about the game that you didn't know yet. In this case, I tried to add a dispenser system to drop the sugar shells down to the bottom of my perimeter. But while doing so, I created valid teleportation spots for the shulkers, effectively breaking the killing mechanism of the farm and making things really messy, really quickly. Luckily, after killing all the rogue shulkers and removing my goofy system, everything worked, and I now had a fully functional shulker farm. And with that challenge out of the way, I now had limited portable storage capacity. So I was finally ready to get back to the project at hand. I still have a base to build after all. But before we could really start building, there were a lot more resources that I still needed to gather. Once I had everything collected, I could start construction on the next part. So far, I had made a framework out of sand and wood. It was now time to replace those temporary walls with a more permanent structure. I was planning to use cobblestone, diorite, polished diorite, calcite, and a mixture of stripped birch, sandstone, smooth sandstone, and cut sandstone for those walls. Now, most of those were quite easy to get, but as I noted down that list, I noticed another technological flaw in my base. We were going to face this particular bottleneck a lot if I didn't do something about it now. You see, smooth sandstone is made by putting red furnace. Now we could do that manually, but the whole point of this project is to have one base where all our farms are located together in one place. I mean, if we just went through the trouble of bringing a shulker all the way over from the end, then there was no way the automated furnace would go anywhere else than right here under the mountain as well. But I wasn't going basic with an automated furnace. Something like this wouldn't cut it. No, we were going all the way with this one. So first, I had to gather all the resources for the biggest redstone build yet. So I gathered up iron from the Iron Golem farm, redstone from the witch farms, gold from the gold farm. Although that simple pickup got me a little sidetracked. Back in the first 1,000 days, when I made the gold farm, I had to figure out where the exit portal for it would be, which was really quite tricky without using F3. After finding a reference coordinate by counting out the number of maps I was away from world spawn, I managed to get a specific coordinate of this location over here. It's a map corner with the coordinates -1088, -2114. To save the location, I built a pathfinder building carries a lot of significance, but I'll tell you about that one in a later movie. For now, all you need to know is that I used the same trick with maps in the Nether and then calculated where the overworld portal needed to be for both of them to link up. But I had been a little lazy with it by just putting the exit portal above ground. As the mountain project around it had started taking shape, that portal became a real eyesore. Before collecting up the gold, I quickly moved it underground, so this farm was properly hidden away as well. And then I collected the little bit of gold we needed for the powered rails. Now, I try not to AFK in the world at all, since it's a waste of your game days, but here I stood on top of the gold farm for a few minutes anyway, to get the resources needed to continue building. With the resources out of the way, it was time to start putting together the core of the super smelter. This is a design by Tango Tech, or at least it used to be, because like before, I ruined it by building it from memory. Still, I would absolutely encourage you to do the same. Make an effort to figure out how farms work and then rebuild them rather than following along block by block. I promise you, you will learn so much about this game. And most of the time, it's okay to make mistakes because you don't need ultimate efficiency to get enough output. Realistically, you really don't 2 million items per hour from any of your farms if it is just you in your single player world. In the end, I'm sure there were a couple mistakes left in this smelter. But after some troubleshooting, I got the modules set up in a way where they will work. Now, I just needed some fuel. And that's where things got a little tricky. I decided to go with bamboo for fuel. And the easiest way to set up the bamboo farms was to build them above the center module. But there was a problem with it. You see, this is a big space under the mountain, but I would like to keep it that way. Even though this area is hidden away, I intend to decorate it when the time comes. So even my industrial area ends up looking good. I'm not going to spoil the plan for that just yet, but I'm confident it will end up looking so much better if we keep the center of the cave relatively close to the ground. So I built the bamboo farms as low down as I could and opted for a collection system that makes regular trips with minecarts underneath to pick up the drops. That way, I could use a lower ceiling to save space later. Finally, I added bubble elevators here to drop the bamboo into hoppers for to be distributed. Put a roof on there, rails under the floor to collect the drops, and then the minecarts in their unloaders. And with that, the bamboo farms and the super smelter were done. Actually, we did half of the super smelter, but it was already much better than manually putting everything into furnaces. So I decided to do the other bamboo farm later. Now, it was time to focus my attention on building the castle once more. I just had to get the materials together for the main walls while the super smelter stacked up on fuel. Now, diorite and polished diorite were simple enough. I'd been stockpiling the diorite I got from the hall in the location of the end portal. And these four guys actually sell polished diorite. So we had that one covered as well. That really only left the stripped birch, which was as easy as going to a forest and chopping some trees. And finally, we needed calcite. There's only two spots where you can get calcite though: Amethyst Geodes and the Stony Peaks biome. Before I set out for my adventure, I placed a lodestone on top of the castle framework and made a lodestone just to make sure I could find my way back home. And with that, we were ready to go calcite hunting. I figured that my best bet was probably looking for geodes that had generated on the ocean floor, making them easy to spot while flying. So I brewed up a bunch of night vision potions and flew out. The plan actually worked. I found some amethyst, set up a beacon and cleared them out. So before that stream was over, I was back home with a bunch of amethyst blocks and plenty of calcite to start building up the castle walls. The framework was still lacking some detail at this point, but all the basic shapes were laid out, and I liked what I was seeing, so I was confident that all of it would come together as we started switching from the pumpkin and melon. And with that, I was ready for the sand walls to come down. As a temporary block, well, that was payoff. It's on anything else than a full block. It will break, so you can remove an entire wall in a matter of seconds. As I removed the sand pillars, I replaced the bottom area with cobblestone, the first block in our gradient. But then I realized we were about to run into an issue. Just in time. Unless I put a block on top of the sand walls that wasn't affected by gravity, I would lose the shape of the walls. So assisted by the jump boost, I did a quick lap over the top of the castle walls with wool blocks. Soon enough, the walls were starting to take shape. From the cobblestone, I transitioned to diorite, then polished diorite, and large amounts of calcite towards the top. Once we had the first wall up and I flew outwards away from the mountain, I just knew the gradient was going to work. So one wall section at a time, I made my way around the castle frame, replacing the sand with permanent walls, until we had made enough progress to tear down the final wall in spectacular fashion. With the walls replaced, the base started to look more and more like an actual castle. But we were missing something really important. The most standout block in the build was the light blue wool at this point, and that was a temporary block. So to make the build work, We needed something with a little more character than all the white, gray, and sand-colored blocks we had used so far. And I already had something very specific in mind. But there was only one place where we could find it. And going there would send my stream chat into a frenzy. Back in my Season 1 hardcore world, the Heart of the Sea was the most iconic place for a lot of people. It was my main base and the first big project. A place where we kept coming back to, and that kept evolving as time went by. So heading off to drain an ocean monument had a lot of people very excited, including myself, to be honest. It felt like forever ago that I had drained an ocean monument, and the last and only time I did this, it took me over 2 weeks to get all of it done. This time around, my plan was a bit different though. I would like to build a guardian farm here later, but there was a good chance that if we just collected the blocks that made up the monument, I would get us all the stuff needed to build the details for the castle. So that's what I set out to do. Working from a small platform in the air above the ocean monument, I brewed up a bunch of invisibility potions, took off all my armor, and then very carefully flew past the guardians to make sure they couldn't see me. Without any armor on, 3 guardian hits would kill me here, so I had to be absolutely certain. But the invisibility potions worked perfectly, so the draining operation could begin. Using snow as temporary blocks, I made a 100 block diameter circle around the ocean monument and built a grid out of 4 wide strips at the surface of the water. From there, I could drop in all the sand needed to isolate the sections of water. The first bit of progress went by so fast that I realized I might be able to do this in a lot less time than I had first anticipated. Before I knew it, all the sand walls had been dropped into the ocean, and with that, it was time to start removing the actual water from the monument. From there, it was just a matter of filling up all the sponges I had, going to the nether to dry them out, and then rinsing and repeating the process over and over again. A few hours into it, I realized how fast we were going through the motions, and I decided that I just wasn't going to quit until we had dried out the entire monument. And sure enough, 9 hours after I had started my stream that morning, all of it was done. From 2 weeks down to 1 stream. That wasn't a bad improvement. Sure, I had cut some corners here, but I was only here for one thing anyway. I wanted to collect all the prismarine needed to detail the base. So the next morning, I drained the inside of the monument, got rid of any remaining guardians, and I mined up the entire structure. Mission completed. And with that, I was done with ocean monuments for this 1000-day arc. Or so I thought, because I would have to rush back to another one later to prevent an unexpected disaster. But at this moment, I had nothing to worry about. So I mined up my beacon, collected my shulker boxes, and flew back to the base. We had work to do. Now that I had the resources to work with, it was time to move beyond just the walls for the castle. It already looked quite magnificent up there, but that was just a skill. The build itself was a mess right now, but hey, that's all part of the process. As long as I kept moving, we were bound to end up with something cool. So I started out with the roofs of the main castle halls. The deep slate blocks I had mined out under the super smelter in a room that I felt could be useful further down the line. Then, after the roofs, I added the sandstone walls of the main hall as well. And then, the prismarine came into play. And I will admit, this was a bit of a nervous moment. Not having built anything similar to this castle before, I was hoping that the details on the walls and plazas would make it come alive a bit. But honestly, after just the first few blocks, I knew we were on the right track. The color scheme for the build worked so well with the cold area surrounding it. And once it felt right, well, from that moment, things started speeding up. First, I built the towers up as high as I wanted them to go. Once more, using the blue wool as a temporary block to find the right shapes and dimensions for the tower roofs. And when the shape of the towers looked right, I changed the temporary wool blocks for deep slate as well. That's the exact moment when our build really started to look like a castle for the first time since we had started it. That meant it was just a matter of getting into the rhythm now. One tower at a time, I kept building up the roofs until I made my way to the main tower, where we had a bit more space to work with. Right before day 2000, I would be incredibly glad with the extra space we had up here, because we would need to hide something very important away in this tower. But even at this moment, it felt kind of cool to have a little bit more room for some detail blocks. Adding in some amethyst to contrast the green tones of the prismarine worked really well, and it already tied some future progress together. I intend to use amethyst inside the castle, so already using it here would help with some design consistency going forward. With the main tower done, there were just 5 air blocks to spare from its tip to the new build limit of Y319. We could have made it literally touch the sky, but I wanted to keep some spare room in case we want something to be ever so slightly higher up in the air. Who knows what we'll want to build in the future. Once the roof was in place, I built the supports to carry the weight of it and connected them to the tower beneath. And with that, I flew out from a castle. We had now officially moved past the frameworking stage, and that felt like a major victory. But it was also quite clear that there was still a lot of work. At this point in time, the castle looked out of place on the flat mountaintop, and it felt isolated from the area around it. And that was an issue. My hope for this 1000 had been to turn the project from a foundation into a base. So before we would reach day 2000, I still had to and then blend it into the... There was absolutely no time to waste. If we wanted the castle to feel connected to its surroundings, we had to make sure that there was a way to enter on foot. Which seems crazy now. One step at a time. The first step is for the castle itself. So once more, I took the light blue wool as I built up the outline for the castle gate. Once the shape was right, it was just a matter of replacing the blocks like we had done before with the castle walls and roofs. I unfortunately forgot to record this part, but this is what it looked like once I had the gate done. That gate immediately made sense, but it also made it clear that the wall right next to it wasn't going to work. There was a massive flat surface that lacked any detail whatsoever. So the walkable entrance to the castle had to wait for a little bit. I needed to find a way to make the castle as a whole look a little more interesting. For starters, window frame that could be the end of a large hall on the inside of the castle. As I worked on the detailing of that window, I had no idea that this would end up being my main way to enter the castle interior for the majority of the project's construction. With the window completed and looking good, I still didn't like the over this side of the structure. So I decided to also add a room sticking out of the side of the building to detail the lower section of the wall. It took a few different tries of me setting up an outline with snow, but eventually I found this shape that I really quite liked. Then I added a floor on the inside to get a feel for what it would look like if there was a room there. I built the first try of a roof, which wasn't quite it, so I decided to mine it out and switch it to a little more intricate. I even managed to put a couple of these blocks as well. Maturely, we were progressing towards a completed castle. Although our progress this time often reason with our different light gradient blocks, Falcon adding a few lanterns here and there to light it up. Welcome at the progress. This was really coming along quite well. I decided it was time to tackle the next problem area of the build. There was one elevated plaza that needed something special going on up there for it to make sense in the build as a whole. And I had a really cool idea for it, but I was missing some essential resources to get it done. First off, I had to find a biome in my world that I hadn't been able to locate yet. There's almost always one of these nearby though. Luckily, I know my world quite well by now. Not using coordinates has forced me to remember where everything is, and although I hadn't seen this biome yet, I knew an area not too far away where there was a pretty big chance of finding it. So armed with all the resources needed to set up a flower farm, I flew off in search of the place we needed to find, a flower forest. And sure enough, in the direction I had hoped we would find one, there was a village located on a beautiful hillside with a flower forest and a valley between mountains and as well, the flower forest even is a potential build location for road. At this point in time, I didn't know yet that this spot in a really crazy area. There were more cool things to be found around here. And if the start of this world had gone any different, this could have very well been the place where I would have started my mega base. But we'll get to that story later. For now, I had all the dye I needed, but before we could continue building, there was still one more resource that I needed to get. The next just past the desert. I covered the netherite I'd set up while we were working, and then I flew to the ocean, where we had found a coral a while ago. I really only needed a magenta coral here, but since we were here anyway, and I set up a beacon to get the blocks, I mined a few hours worth of a stored coral. After mining, these blocks all floated in a boat. Up, I made my way back home and the higher plaza of the castle. This area hurt you, but we were was going to be with a magenta canopy. But to pull that off and make it really cool looking, we were going to use the coral I just mined. And coral blocks will only stay alive and colorful if they are directly adjacent to a water source. To do that was fill the entire canopy with water. So I made the full canopy cool. And then I placed the coral blocks in place of some of the wool. Then and at that moment, I was honestly that really inspired. The tree was a good start, but by itself, I just wasn't really feeling it. So I decided to do something that I hadn't planned on doing just yet. But that day, felt real Sire some unique materials for so once I made my way and flew out to the they're up a sugar to full even far away from my base. I made an effort to keep the world intact around me as I placed black to cover up the stone I exposed. Once I had the blocks I wanted, I made my way home and harvested the wheat field to craft packed mud blocks and then mud bricks, a very cool new block that was recently added to the game. That was only half of the floor for my garden though. I still needed to get jungle planks to complement the color of the mud bricks and texture the floor a little bit. Luckily, there was a tiny jungle pretty close to my base, so only a few minutes later, I was ready to remove another temporary snow element and replace it with a very cool looking floor. This was exactly what I was looking for. But when I built in closer towards the roots of the tree, I realized there were still more blocks missing for me to build what I had in mind. Honestly, if you think about it, it's pretty remarkable that this far into the world, I have to fly all over the place to collect resources time and time again. But in terms of technological development, there are still a lot of improvements to be made. The thing is, I really want to have a cool base before we start expanding on the industrial district that we have right here under the mountain. The farms will stack up on resources later, while we decorate that area under the mountain. But I'm not in a rush right now with the farms, so I'm running on a basic industrial setup. And my next is still my starter house. Also really cool. I love this place so much better than any other house I've ever had. Anyway, I needed to make a big trip to the Nether because we needed basalt and souls. And with that, it was a cool looking wall. Souls and force under it for all. And this moment right here, this moment is where everything. The next minute is brilliant hit, and I found myself in a garden built for frenzy. The tree, my dad, and drops. That garden for lots of plants, our crazy they create to come build support on the side of the house. I constructed a spiraling staircase that then I found to turn together even more materials, shelves with flower pots, grabbed fences, chains, leaves, and all sorts of tiny little details to decorate the garden. And by the end of that stream, as I looked around at what had happened in this whirlwind of detailing, my entire perspective on the project had shifted. This was really one of those moments where I fell in love with Minecraft all over again. All it took for me was changing my pace from building on a really large scale to building on a rather small scale with way more eye for detail. After this stream, I could suddenly see what the entire base would become. All the nuances, all the different things that I still needed to learn to create what I wanted to create. It wasn't even so much about a visual image. More than anything, it's about feeling. If we could take this garden and its magical level of detail and apply it to everything I was building here, then we could make something truly special. And once that realization set in, I knew exactly what I had to do. So we flew away from the garden, away from the castle even. But not all that far, because I landed in between the crop fields at the border of the snowy swamp right next to the store. Here, that we would start together. Armed with temporary snow blocks once again, I started building up the frame for a windmill in between the crop fields. A windmill that wouldn't technically do anything. It's not a farm for any sort of resource. It's not a storage room. But still it has a really important role to play in my world. I want this place to feel like a world. And that means that we need spaces in between. If you remember, the arc of trail, a pathway that leads all the way from the starter house to the foot of the mountain. So they are both part of the same project. But since I had started building the castle, everything had sort of started to drift apart again. And it was time to fix it. Even the snow frame for the windmill looked quite cool already. But after detailing the garden, I wanted to keep that eye for detail going. So it was when I started replacing the snow frame with a permanent structure that I started going crazy on the details once more. Walls, slabs, stairs, lots of different types of blocks, and even some stained glass panes. When the entire windmill was done, it looked awesome. But I said that I had gotten inspired, and I meant it. After the stream was done, that same night I kept going as I made a pond, grew large oak trees, added a barn, and then another small house with a flower field in the garden. And so the world around the castle started coming to life, and I was loving it. Until the next day, I had another realization, and we changed course yet again, as we found ourselves terraforming this weird-looking room inside the mountain. I will tell you what we're doing here in a minute. You can guess if you want, but I want to tell you something first. I honestly love it when my Minecraft world feels like this. When I get these moments, one after another, where I understand something about what I want to do with my world, and because of these things, I slightly alter the course of the world. From the outside looking in, it may seem like I'm changing my mind a lot. But that's not it. Not really. I think the best way to explain it is this. Building a Minecraft world, for me, is a journey. And that journey always has two things at its core that inform every decision I make. And these two things, they are often entangled in a wonderful conflict, trying to decide which is more important at any given moment. On the one hand, I'm continuously figuring out what I want my world to feel like. And there are so many moments during the streams or in between when I'm preparing for them. I come across a piece of the puzzle that lets me understand the answer to that question just a little bit better. Building a garden was a great example of that, because it made me zoom out and see the bigger picture. There is a second main all the time, and that is how do I share this journey with you? It's that consideration that made me change course right here, because I want to present you with a finished castle base before the first 2,000 days are up. A base that looks good and feels completed if you fly around it or walk over here all the way from the starter house. Getting to that point in time is really important to me. And that meant it was time to lock in and get the pathway done first, because there were a few big parts of the project that still needed to be done. Parts which I haven't even told you about yet. And that meant the clock was ticking. And this ice cave I had just built, well, this was a good step in the right direction. But with time ticking away, I was about to mess up in a major way. In between streams, I was finishing up the inside of the castle garden. Even though the pathway had become my new #1 priority, I didn't want to leave this small project unfinished either. I felt like it would help to keep motivation up if I had this small part of the castle that felt exactly like I wanted it to. So I imagined what other things we could still add to it and craft it away. Just like on the outside part of the garden, I added a ton of small details and lots of flower pots and plants. Until I took a moment to decide what to do with this weird corner behind the stairs. The shape was pretty odd, and I could only imagine one thing that would really work in this weird nook. What if I built an extra little tank and an aquarium in there? Excited, I got to work, filled it with water, and then decorated with sea pickles and some of the coral blocks I had collected earlier. And that's when I messed up. It was the tiniest mistake. But as soon as I realized what happened, I knew how much damage it was going to cause. Because this had happened before, sort of. While mining a misplaced coral block, I accidentally also took out a wall block straight behind it. No big deal under normal circumstances, but in this case, it was bad. The hole I had just mined meant that there was room for water to flow through, and even if it was just a 1-block hole, that could be enough to flood an entire side of the mountain and get rid of all the snow layers that we had placed to spawn-proof the area. As I realized what was about to happen, I knew that I had only one chance to fix it. So I turned down my render distance to 2 chunks and flew out of there as quickly as possible to unload the chunks. By doing that, I had put the avalanche that was about to happen on hold for the moment. As long as those chunks weren't loaded, the water was paused. But if I flew back into the area, it would continue flowing down right away taking every snow layer in its path with it. So I had to come up with a plan to fix it. And I could think of only one way to do it. But there was an issue. As many chests as I opened, I just couldn't find my sponges. So to stand a chance to stop the wave, I had to get more of those. It was the only way. So I flew out, searched for ocean monuments for a bit, fought some Elder Guardians, and collected about 1.5 stacks of brand new sponges. And with those in hand, I flew back to the mountain for my only chance to prevent a disaster. I put the game on 5 chunks of render distance, so I could falling water would still be unloaded. I was right there. A lot of it. Way more than I had expected. I started spamming sponges to stop it, but for all the water I blocked, the remainder of the wave just washed over me. I wouldn't have pulled this off even if I had a hotbar entirely filled with sponges. There was just no way. I had been too slow to react after mining out the block accidentally, and that meant a giant wave washed down my mountain once more. And I had another 2 hours of repair works on my hand to replace almost 11,000 snow layers that got washed off. Right here, I lost a solid 10 or so game days by accidentally mining one block that I shouldn't have mined. So was it even worth it? Well, I will be honest. This could have easily been prevented with a little safety border around the castle to prevent accidental floods. So yeah, it was pretty dumb. But if the question is whether the aquarium in the castle were worth it, well, I'd answer that with a resounding yes, because the garden ended up looking incredible. And I was very excited to keep grinding out the progress until everything all around the base looks like this. So with that energy, we started on the next part of the project. I had already laid out a temporary wall line to figure out the routing of the path from the bottom of the castle all the way to the top. So from here, we just had to decorate all the sections in a way that made sense. And the next section was probably the most challenging out of all of them. On the garden side of the castle, where the path came out of the ice cave that we had built before, I came up with the idea to make a tower on this funky pillar I built off of the side. Then, after leading the path through the structure, we could spiral it down around the pillar to bring it down quite a lot over a relatively short section. And then, from the bottom of this part, we could go around the mountain back to the other side where I had planned for the main gatehouse to be located. Once the snow outline for the tower on this side was built up, I immediately started filling in the build. Everything went fairly smooth, and it was honestly quite fun to be forced to build on a smaller scale than with the main castle structure. Smaller builds are a lot harder if you ask me, but if they work, it is super satisfying to build them. I really like the miniature towers I came up with, but then I ran into a missing material. StreamChat and myself agreed that oxidized copper would be a really cool material to work with for the roof. The thing is, I didn't have any copper laying around. So I went to mine some in the area where I had previously collected any stone I needed. After putting the copper ore through the super smelter, I had the blocks needed and I just had to oxidize them. And I went about that all wrong. It's not just that I made a giant flat slab of copper in hopes of oxidizing it faster as a whole, which is literally the slowest way to get this done. No, I actually went as far as trying to hit the copper with lightning using lightning rods and my channeling trident to make it oxidize. Which does the exact opposite, as it would remove oxidation if used correctly. Unaware of how wrong I was about the aging of copper blocks, I decided to wait. So I shifted my attention to building an icy structure to both support and hide away the pathway I had wrapped around the big snow pillar. Then I added stone pillars to support the pathway itself, and eventually that was finished, but the copper still wasn't showing any real signs of aging. So I continued replacing the wall pathway with a more permanent version, is I built a tunnel to cross through to the other side of the mountain. Once that was done too, I figured the copper should be progressing by now. But as I went to check it, there were really only a few blocks that showed any signs of oxidation. I thought it was goofy that it took so long, but even so, I still didn't consider the option that I had no idea how this actually worked. So I decided that we just had to wait a little while longer, and I flew to the other side of the mountain to work on the next part of the build. So once more, I filled up my inventory with snow blocks and colored wool, and armed with my classic Frameworker's toolkit, I got to work. This plateau on the side of the mountain was always meant for a part of the build that would connect the castle way up in the sky to the biome it was built upon. But as with everything else, the plan I had for it was merely an abstract idea. Now that it was time to actually build something here, the abstract and the literal had ended up in perfect alignment. The temporary wool line that functioned as a reference for the path up to the top of the mountain ran right over this plateau, making it the perfect spot for a gatehouse. So tower after tower and roofline after roofline, I built up the entire outline until I was ready to start filling in the walls. But before we could go ahead and do that, I had to top up my calcite supply, because we had run out while building the castle. The amethyst geodes we had mined out last time could only get us so far. This time, I wanted to really stockpile some calcite for the future, so we had to fly out in search of a Stony Peaks biome. That day, I saw more of my world than in all my playtime in this series so far combined. And we saw some really cool things. And I found some valuable things along the way as well. And then, after many firework rockets used, I came along that elusive biome you can only find in between warm biomes and mountain ranges, the Stony Peaks. And you better believe me when I say that I stripped it of all the calcite I could find. On the way back, I came across a mangrove swamp where I decided to gather some mud as well, since I would be needing more mud bricks in the future. And as I followed my compass back home, I came across another Stony Peaks biome, which provided me with even more calcite. And then, while following my compass, I spotted a place I had seen before. I knew these badlands. They are right next to the desert where I come to collect my sand. So from there, we could take a shortcut over the nether roof. And with that, we were absolutely ready to turn the framework for the gatehouse into a full-blown build. And I did exactly that. With the gatehouse done for the time being, the build was really starting to come together. Things were going well for me, but at the same time, not everything was going according to plan. The copper platform still wasn't fully aged. Actually, it had barely made any progress at all. Finally, I listened to my stream chat, mined up the platform, and placed the blocks back down under the mountain, properly spaced out, so the oxidation process would happen much faster. With the blocks in place, I meanwhile shifted my attention to an urgent next step. There was now a way to walk all the way from the bottom of the mountain to the entrance of the castle, all the way on top. But that pathway was far from done. At this point in time, I had removed the wall line and replaced it with andesite and stone. But it wasn't integrated into the mountain at all. So armed with snow blocks and packed ice, I set out to fix that. It was like the early mountain building all over again, but with more context to go off. I placed my blocks with purpose, and even with just a small section of the pathway done, we could already see how well this was going to work. But the rest of it had to wait for a little bit, because it was time to check on the copper. And sure enough, the spaced out blocks were aging much quicker than before. So I replaced the blocks that were ready with new ones that weren't cut up yet to speed the process up even more. With more blocks spaced out perfectly, I grabbed the first blocks that were ready and got to work on the roof of the tower. The whole idea for this thing is that I just wanted it to have an unexpected weird shape. Something that would make you stop and look if you walked up the castle pathway. I think this mix of oxidized copper and warped planks was definitely worth the wait for the copper blocks. As I added more and more details to the build, it did a great job of making this side of the mountain interesting. But while the details here looked really cool, they also forced my eyes to a part of the main castle that was really lacking something. The time had finally come to bring up the detail level of the castle exterior. So I shifted my attention to the outside of the main castle halls as I cut up the massive sandstone facades and then added windows, balconies, walkways and all sorts of crazy details that made the build immediately come alive. The thing was, we were now getting to that stage of the build where every next detail I added exposed an area that was still barely out of the frameworking stage. So after the sandstone part of the castle, I added a stone floor between the outer wall and the halls, then details on the towers, more details on the sandstone walls, and then, as I flew around, I realized the castle exterior was actually approaching completion for the time being. But it was still standing on a perfectly flat mountaintop. Luckily, all I needed to blend it in was more snow blocks around the sides. To make sure I didn't leave any spawnable spaces, I turned on my custom texture pack while placing snow layers for spawn proofing all around the castle. Things were really starting to come together now. So I calculated what game day I was on to figure out how much time we had left at this point. Day 1730. That left for another 270 game days or 90 hours because there was no way I was going to skip time by sleeping. Now, for some people, that might be a lot of time to put into a project for a video. But when I hear that I have 90 hours left, that's when I start freaking out about running out of time. We still had to do 2 major projects before I was ready for a 2,000-day celebration. But if you live stream your world a lot like I do, plans never go according to your timeline. If I was feeling the pressure right now, Stream Chat would find priorities for me that just sneaked right in line. So while I was wrapping my head around how we were going to build a village, a forest, and get the craziest Minecraft fireworks show wired up that you have ever seen, well, chat convinced me to remove this totally out of place mountain from my world that was right next to the snow farm. Yeah, this really couldn't wait. And then, when that was done, to top it off, we had a Christmas tree to build. Although, that build was 100% worth the time spent on it, I'll give you that. And it was a great way to end the year and start a little Christmas break. But when the new year started, I only had about 80 hours of playtime left before 2,000 days. And we had a lot to do. So I decided to put it all out there and go full loony. First things first, I had some partially finished farms that needed to get fixed before we could start our final push to the finish line. Although the farms inside of this framework that was going to be an ice pillar later were already producing plenty of resources, this was far from ideal. You see, the output chests for these farms are all over the place, which means they are really hard to get to. If I want this industrial area to work properly, we need easy access to all the resources that are generated, without having to crawl through the inner mechanisms to get to an output chest. That meant that it was time to make one item sorter in a combined storage room. And I really wanted to get at least one of these done before 2,000 days, so you can get an idea of what we're going to do with the full base. Right now, the outside of the build is almost done, but I want this place to feel seamless. everything has to look just right, even here, deep underground. And this system that shoots the items over the hoppers on the side will help us sort the output of all these farms out in one place. So we just have to make this one storage room look nice rather than everything along the entire inside of the pillar. The actual decoration had to wait though, because there were 2 more farms that had been left unfinished. I still had to finish up the chorus fruit farm by adding a wheat farm on top of it and then sealing off the structure for the time being. This whole thing was going to be challenging to hide away, but since we were going to need to cover something big anyway, I decided to make another large pillar of farms here, just like the ice pillar on the other side of the space. So right on top of the wheat farm, I added an automated basalt generator. Getting this block from the nether is an absolute pain, considering the biome where it comes from. So having it here will save us a ton of time. Finally, I added another central storage system on top of these newly built up farms. And with that, I just had to finish the other side of the super smelter before we were done with farms altogether for this 1000-day arc. And I can tell you now, this is just the start of what we're going to do with the industrial area. After the 2000 days fireworks are done, I'm going to step it up down here. But for now, it was time to tie up another loose end. Somehow, it felt like the closer we got to day 2000, the more unfinished projects needed my urgent attention. But now that we had a working basalt generator, I finally had access to a block that I had wanted to use for a while. And it didn't seem fitting to leave this particular project waiting until day 2000 either. A while ago, I had decorated the Hall of Fame, but like many other things, I had designed it for complementary shader. Now, most of the time, that doesn't mean that things look bad once you turn the shader off. But with the initial wall design for the Hall of Fame, I had unfortunately made something that was very yucky in vanilla Minecraft. So I had mined it out, and the time had come for me to replace it with a better design that didn't fall apart as soon as I switched to the vanilla look. After making a basalt pattern on the wall, and then filling it in with warped Hi-Fi, the walls looked way better than I had done before. But we weren't quite done with this place just yet. While building up my world, I occasionally come across rare mobs, and I've decided I only want to collect the most perfect ones. Mobs that have exceptional armor, which is also fully enchanted. Now, there was a skeleton under the mountain that we caught a long time ago, who fit the bill perfectly with his 5 out of 5 enchanted golden armor and bow. So I built up a bubble elevator all the way from the bottom of our perimeter under the mountain to the surface level. And then, under the cover of darkness and rain, I brought him over all the way to the Hall of Fame, where I had already parked this 4 out of 4 enchanted iron zombie with an iron sword as well. And of course, they almost killed each other. But somehow, I managed to keep both of them alive for now. I'll be back here later to build nice display rooms for them. But at this moment, well, for all my talk about time running out, ever since the panic about my extensive to-do list before day 2000 had started setting in, I had done nothing except for distraction adventures. Although I did build this pretty cool start to a cute village at the foot of the mountain, which was actually according to plan. But unfortunately, I forgot to start my raw recording during that stream, which sucks a little bit. But I'm actually really happy it was that stream where my recording was off and not the next one. Because we were about to run into yet another unexpected distraction scenario. But this one was more than worth it. It all started when I decided to focus up and start getting our flower farm setup ready to get all the different dye colors for the fireworks. A pretty insignificant activity, to be honest. Not very adventurous at all. But it still was about to get crazy. And the reason for it had everything to do with where we were in the world. I told you before, this area right here around the flower forest was crazy, right? Well, it's not just about the looks. You have no idea just how crazy I meant. But at this point in time, I didn't know it either. But we were about to find out. And it all happened because I haven't been using F3 in my world this entire time. You see, not having coordinates does something important. As I make my way around this world, I'm forced to slowly create a mental map of where everything is. And I barely ever use nether portals to travel to remote locations. Because everything is pretty close and it's really complicated for me to figure out the coordinates and set them up. So as I flew out from my base to the area where the flower farms were set up, I realized for the first time that the forest must be quite close to the ocean monument we had removed earlier. After all, we had to fly generally in the same direction to get there. And by my standards, both of these locations are a fair distance away from my base, which makes travel take a little while. Ever since I had set up a nether portal to the desert on top of the nether ceiling, there was only one place that I would regularly travel to, which took me longer than these two. The first stronghold I'd found. The stronghold portal was all the way on the other side of the base, a couple thousand blocks away. So there was probably a good chance we could find a stronghold over in this area, which would enable us to take the stronghold portal to the end and then the Dragon's Nest portal back to the starter house. Now, that could save us a lot of travel time in the future, and we didn't have to worry about complicated nether portals. Since I could see myself coming back to this spot for different reasons, I decided to put my theory to the test. And sure enough, the eyes sent me to this area right here, which forms a pretty small triangle between the ocean monument and the flower farms. So I dug down and started looking for the portal room to set up a fast travel route through the end. Now, I can hear you thinking that having a random flower forest in a pretty location, an ocean monument, and a stronghold somewhat closely together isn't all that special. And you're not entirely wrong. But playing a game without F3 has a way of making discoveries feel more special. Because the only way you end up knowing anything about your world is spending time and going on adventures. So rather than looking up coordinates and traveling in straight lines, Minecraft becomes a journey again. And this place is super cool to me because it's a place where I need to be for different things. Flowers, Prismarine, and now a stronghold. I didn't know that at first. It only reveals its coolness to me over time as I explore more. And we weren't done discovering here. Because 4 blocks above the stronghold portal, I dug into a cave that revealed an ancient city only 30 blocks away. Now that is cool. Right between my ocean monument and my flower farms, I found an ancient city with a stronghold portal in it. If that isn't special, I don't know what is. In any case, I know what spot just made the top of my list for potential future build locations. But that was a dream for a distant future. Because for the rest of that stream, I sneaked around in this very real nightmare that is an ancient city. Where for the second time in this world, I checked all the chests to find 0 enchanted golden apples. In the end though, this lodestone that I placed under the stronghold portal that tied all of these important locations together for me was worth way more than some shimmering fruit. I had found arguably the coolest place in my Minecraft world so far. Except of course for the place I was busy building myself. And we were running out of time to finish what I had in mind for our fireworks show. So after the ancient city adventure, I put my head down and started a grind to finish the village and the forest next to it. So our final picture was going to look exactly like I wanted it to. I had already added structures to the village, and made quick outlines for custom trees and a river flowing down from the small mountain that had the storage tower on top of it. To make life a little easier during construction, I set up an extra large beacon with jump boost and speed alongside the haste beacon that I normally use. And then, my trusty diamond shovel and I started carving out a small river that would run through the forest. Once that was done, I added 2 custom dark oak trees, which I would just plant the rest of the forest around. Custom trees have a way of making your world feel really special, but they also take a lot of time to build. So I try to use saplings and bone meal to save time, which I can then invest into different parts of my projects. Honestly, if you're working on this scale, you have to find a certain middle ground. For me, that's mostly about trying to identify the things I can do that make a big difference to the overall feel of a project. So I can be a bit more time efficient with the parts that don't matter as much. As the canopy for the first big dark oak tree started to take shape, it already hit a significant part of the hill that leads up to the old storage tower. If you remember, we used this tower while I was first digging out the hole for the perimeter that is now hidden under the mountain. That small hill had been such an eyesore to me, but with the forest under construction, I was slowly but surely cleaning this place up. That night, after stream, I finished what I had started and planted an entire dark oak forest on the hillside. We'll further extend the village on the other side of that forest later, but for now, the exterior of our build was done. All of it. We were now inside the last 100 days of this 1000-day arc. And if my calculations were right, we were going to need all of the remaining 33 hours to get the fireworks figured out. Yes, you heard me right. We were about to spend 33 hours on getting a fireworks show ready. Now, why that much time? Well, because it was going to be absolutely worth it. Fireworks have to be the most underused thing in all of Minecraft Survival. Because I've never seen a fireworks show taken even close to its potential. I do believe there are reasons why this feature is so underused though. Fireworks are complicated and they use an insane amount of resources. Let me guide you through the different ingredients that we're going to need. The normal rockets we use to fly around the world with our Elytra require paper and gunpowder, so we're going to need those here too. But to give them their effects, these fireworks need a third ingredient, which is a fireworks star. Now, these are made from 1 or more colors of dye, but if we add nothing else beside gunpowder, they will turn into small ball fireworks, which look like this. Now, we can alter their shape by adding golden nuggets, feathers, fire charges, or mob heads to the fire stars. But we can also give them extra effects by throwing glowstone dust or diamonds into the mix. And then, once we have the fireworks star crafted, we can also throw even more colors in the mix to add a fade to it. Quite a lot of options. Quite a lot of resources. Luckily, we have access to most of the resources already, as I've been planning for this moment for quite some time. There's just one thing I don't have right now, and that's fire charges. Now, there are easier ways to get them than the option I'm choosing right now, but we were going to solve this one with a 2 birds, 1 stone type of solution. You can craft fire charges using gunpowder, coal, and blaze powder. Since it's pretty useful to have a blaze farm for emeralds later on, I'm going to go out into the nether to the first fortress I found to build up a double blaze spawner while I explain the rest of the fireworks plan to you. Now, we are going to spend a lot of time getting this fireworks show set up. So I want that setup to be reusable, so we can celebrate every 1000-day milestone at my main base. That way, we can make the fireworks show just a little bit better every time we do it. So there are a few things really important if we want to be able to reuse this system. We need it to be really easy to turn on and off. We want it to be easy to refill, and easy to expand later if we want to add more parts. And to make sure that all of those work, I have come up with the perfect plan. Now that the blaze farm was done, working and partially decorated, I had spent enough time in this area to collect a full shulker box of blaze rods. So I grabbed those and then flew back to my base to get the plan in motion. To power the entire fireworks show, I was going to build a central redstone computer, a device that sends a redstone signal through 10 different channels, going to different parts of the castle. Now, our castle, or actually the whole build, is pretty vertical. So we need a way to carry a redstone signal way up to get to all the different parts of the fireworks system. And after a little testing, it seems that scaffolding is the best way to do just that. You might be wondering how that works, but this is actually super user-friendly. Scaffolding has two invisible states, supported and unsupported. The block counts as supported if the lowest block of a vertical structure is on top of a solid block. If the lowest block of a vertical structure is above air, all of it is unsupported. And those states are useful because we can change them by removing the supporting block, which works with a sticky piston, but also much simpler with a trapdoor underneath. Just make sure that there's a block to the side that still carries the supported tag, or everything will break when you open the trapdoor. Using this knowledge, I set up a small platform next to my central storage room under the mountain and built the 10-channel redstone engine on top of it. For a little bit of dramatic flair, I put one of my 2 enchanted gold apples in it that's going to power the whole thing. Honestly, it just feels good that we have something this valuable in here, because this fireworks circuit is one of my favorite things in the world for sure. Once we had the central computer set up, I built up all the different channels using super tall scaffolding towers. This project goes all the way from bedrock to the upper build limit after all, so these things are big. Once we had those up, it was just a matter of connecting the separate channels to different firing mechanisms all around the castle. So I crafted up an absolute ton of dispensers and got to work hiding them in the gatehouse structure that had the signal fire on top of it. Because these walls are entirely made out of white blocks, it's going to be really easy to hide the dispensers away. If we use buckets of powder snow in front of them, you really can't see them. The texture will easily blend into the wall, especially from a distance. But I'll put those buckets in later. First, I had to wire up the redstone on the inside. This was quite tricky because, first of all, we had limited space to work with, of course. But there were other complicating factors as well. I want different delays, so not all the fireworks fire at the exact same time. But I also want to be able to restock these dispensers easily when we want to launch more fireworks at a later time. Let me tell you, this was a puzzle. But eventually, I figured out how to restock all the dispensers from all these barrels at the top of the gatehouse structure. Now, the way this entire part is connected to the central computer is kind of interesting. I've set up a separate delay system between this part of the fireworks show and the central computer. I'll explain how it works exactly, because it will help you think about your own fireworks show if you want to build them. What this system does is every time it gets a pulse from the central computer, it counts. And then every time it counts to 4, it will power the whole circuit. Once that happens, it goes through all of these different delays and it gives the output 4 times. So every 4 times, it fires 4 times. Basically what that does is this section won't fire all the time, but every time it does, it will go all out. Or at least that was the theory. Because before we activated it, we really didn't know. So at the end of my stream that day, when everything was in place and ready to go, I filled the system with some basic fireworks and tested it. Even this small section looked super exciting. Just imagine what the full thing is going to be like if we can set up parts like these all over the castle and then stock them up with quality fireworks that have a little bit more color than this. So with the clock ticking down on us, I set up dispensers literally everywhere, keeping 3 important rules in mind. They needed to be hidden, easy to refill, and I had to be able to get the redstone lines to all the different parts completely hidden. Because if we had redstone visible all over the place, it would definitely ruin the effect. As part of my effort to hide all the firework parts, I made a quick trip to a nearby mountain and got all the powder snow buckets that I would need to hide the dispensers in the castle walls. And from there, it was a matter of grinding out all the different castle parts. I started with a circuit in the castle gate, which was pretty simple, but that was honestly the last part that forward my redstone skills would be put to the test. Setting up all of the wiring was super finicky, but I enjoyed every minute of it. One of my favorite parts must have been the main castle tower. Remember how I said we would need the space in here earlier in the movie? Well, I hadn't really designed the tower with this complicated fireworks contraption in mind, but we were about to use all the space available to us. However, before we could even set up a single dispenser in the tower, I needed to figure out a way to get a redstone signal to the top, and I really wanted it to be hidden. So a scaffolding tower through this area where the lodestone was would ruin the build, and we were not going to do that. Even looking back at it now while editing, I absolutely love the solution I came up with. This tower has these cool decorated pillars in the corners supporting the roof. So I set it up in a way where every time this tower receives a redstone pulse from the central computer, it pushes one of those pillars up and back down. That movement gets picked up by an observer in the tower, and that sets off the rest of the circuit in here. So there is no redstone line going up through the visible part. The tower itself is the redstone line. I love that. And with that out of the way, I filled the main tower with no less than 13 dispensers, which we can access through a hidden piston door in the top of the tower. And that concept for the main tower ended up being the blueprint for all of them. One tower after another, I filled in all of these redstone circuits. And then the last 15 days, I set up a day counter on screen using MiniHUD, because we were going to knock out the remaining 15 days in a single stream. During that stream, I built a few more dispenser setups in parts of the castle that we hadn't covered just yet. Then, we finished all our hidden redstone circuit, crafted up dice and fireworks, hid away the remaining dispensers, took a diamond beacon worth of diamond blocks out of my walls in the Hall of Fame, and used those to craft fireworks. And then, using all the hidden piston doors in the top of the towers, I got to the different supply rooms, filled up all the dispensers with fireworks, and we cut it really close. But on the night of day 1999, we set off a celebration that blew everything I had done in my first hardcore world out of the water. Before I show you what this looks like, I would love to look back at this clip from when we celebrated 2000 days in my first world. That was an incredible moment, but it had nothing on this. I think we can agree that this story and this world is turning into something really special. But I can confidently tell you that we're just getting started. Editing these movies takes a while, so by now I'm already halfway to 3000 days. If you want to join me on this adventure, please leave a like on the video and subscribe to the channel. Helps me out a ton, it is free, and you can always take it back. And if you're just too curious to see how things are progressing, please come hang out on the stream sometime. It's It's super awesome to be able to share the construction of all of this with you guys being right there to see it happen. Honestly, these first 2,000 days in this new world were amazing. I hope you enjoyed the movie, and I'll see you on the next one. Looney, out. I have survived 3,000 days in hardcore Minecraft without ever sleeping. During that time, I built and built and built to make the ultimate mega base. This place has, and it looks amazing both on the outside and the inside. Okay, I lied. This is horrible, but that's what we're going to fix in these 1,000 days. You're about to watch an actual movie with crazy building progress and some wild adventures that took over 300 hours to edit. There's some crazy stuff in here. Please leave a like and subscribe, and if you don't have time to watch the entire thing, it would be amazing if you leave it running in the background, as it helps me out a ton. Our story begins on day 2001 at my mega base, which once started as an empty swamp before it got destroyed and then rebuilt into a magical scene. As long as we don't look inside, that is. Because there is absolutely nothing magical about the basement right now. That day, I wanted nothing more than to start working on the base. But before we could do that, there was one important thing to take care of first. You see, here in the forest is my Hall of Fame. It's where you guys get to be a part of the world, as a thank you for hanging out during the live streams. Now, usually I fill a few pages of names during the stream. But during the 2,200 names in the book, and in moments like these, traditions get started. So before we got back to work at the main base, I decided to make a special room for the 1,000-day milestone books. A room that will hold a vault for the most cherished books in my world. That room would put my recent practice to the test. Most of you probably know that I had a hardcore world before this one. That world will forever be special to me, because it's a world where I learned to play the game. This world is meant to be something else though. If my first hardcore season is where I lead, the one where I master it. But that means I need to fix my weaknesses. And one of the areas where I really need to improve is the art of redstone. So around day 1800, when we were preparing for the 2000 days fireworks, I did a deep dive into redstone and a creative world. I learned about delay circuits, pulse shorteners and extenders, and OR and NOT switches, T flip-flops, different clocks, and all sorts of small redstone components and circuits to help me in my base design. In this special room, I combined my building skills and my newfound redstone knowledge for the first time, as I integrated a 3x3 spiral door designed by Mumbo Jumbo, before fully decorating the room around it. But for right now, it was time to leave this place behind, because there was a much bigger. So I left the Hall of and flew to the Lunely Mountain, where a magical castle towered miles above the rest of the world. But that was just the start. Through a hole in the side of the mountain, we could access the area underneath, where my industrial district is located. And although it's kind of cool to hide your industrial area like this, as soon as we're actually down here to collect resources from our farms, well, everything still looks like trash. So I decided to spend the next 1,000 days building a proper mega base under my mega base. To start that whole project off, I had to get a proper entrance to the area, and I had already placed down a temporary reference gate in the perfect location. Just to make sure that it was in the right spot, I grabbed some light blue wool to make a quick reference line for the pathway that we would build here later. When the flow of the path looked nice, that just left the small matter of the actual door. For this one, I had something very special in mind, and I had done my research. Rather than a spiral door like in the Hall of Thousands, I wanted to go with something larger and more dramatic. This was going to be the main entrance into my base after all. The only issue was that at this moment, I didn't have the materials for the door ready to go. Besides slime blocks, I would also need honey blocks to make a door of this size move. However, my bee farm that I had made earlier had been producing honeycombs rather than honey bottles. Because I wanted plenty of honey for the future, I decided to quickly extend the farm by another 2 layers. Then grabbed a bunch of glass bottles from the witch farm and stocked up the dispenser. As long as we were working on the main door, I would be well in range of the farm. So I decided to build the entrance surrounding the gate while the bees did their thing. Using snow, I went to work to shape the entrance cave. To make sure the gate could slide out of the way seamlessly, I built up a temporary wall of packed ice as a placeholder for where the door would eventually go. And then I built the cave out as far as it needed to go for this to look right. It wasn't much yet, but not too long from now, this would turn into one of the most unique base entrances you'll ever see. Mark my words. But for that, we needed honey. And the bees? Well, they do things at their own pace. So while we waited a little while longer, I turned my attention to another place that also needed a door, and I built up a storage room for all the farms that combine their output into a chest wall on this side of the base. While I build up that room, let's talk about the plan for this 1000-day arc a little more. From day 0 to 1000, I had gotten myself set up, built a starter house, and then bombed out a perimeter to hold all the farms I'll ever need. Then we covered the whole back up and transformed the entire area into a snowy biome to make everything look right. From day 1000 to 2000, we developed solid industry under the mountain with important farms and a super smelter, gathered resources, and then built up a castle to make the area look great. Well, the next part is getting rid of the trashy, disconnected vibe down here. What I want instead is a base where every part of it is decorated and detailed, so it doesn't fall apart visually as soon as you're through the door. There are very, very few bases in Minecraft survival history that are both large and detailed. Most of them are empty shells, or they're not finished. And I'm at least as guilty of that as everybody else, if not more. But that ends with this base. Oops, I talked too much. Well, at least we had our storage room done, and the bees had produced enough honey to build and wire the main door. After taking care of all the redstone wiring, I came up with a cool hidden activator system that uses a snowball as a key. Going from this to this might just be the best upgrade to the base so far. So with that out of the way, it was time to really start working on the base. But before we could start Operation Cover Up the Industrial District even better than before, which probably needed a better code name, well, before we could start that, the Industrial District itself was due for a bit of an upgrade. And that all started with everything got a little off the rails. It all started pretty simple. We had to get a frog light farm, so I would have access to different color light blocks. And that turned into one of my 1,000 hours. Chat. I knew exactly over the nether roof. I was in the swamp around looking for frogs. No idea why I thought this was going to be hard, but before I knew it, we was on my way to bring them home, which I really didn't need to do. Actually, I think I've dragged them all the way to the coastline in a local village. Now you can get that produced 3 different a little further away than you might expect. You see, all this over here is my doing. The real cold bus doesn't start until you go all the way over here, which meant I had to take a slight journey back to the portal at the mountain. But with those two through the portal as well, was only the issue of getting 2 white frogs from a warm biome, which Chet suggested I could use the nether roof for. Now, there was a slight issue with that. Since you can't have water in the nether, you need to spam feed the tadpole slime balls, or they grow up too slow and die. That definitely didn't happen to me though. Okay, I lied. It totally did. And then it happened again. With only 3 buckets of tadpoles left, I ran into the issue that I couldn't just use these for the farm frogs. Because if I wanted to get more frogs later, we would have to fly all the way back to the desert to get more spawn. So instead, I came up with an idea to keep at least a breeding pair of frogs somewhere. The most logical place would be under the mountain. But in an effort to not make the laggiest base in Minecraft, while trying to make the best one, I tried to not leave too many unnecessary entities in that area, which meant that I needed a different location. Luckily, I had just the place for it. The Hall of Thousands had been almost completed, but not quite yet. So I decided to turn the water in the room into a frog sanctuary, where the spawn could hatch into tadpoles, while I finished decorating the room. So I dropped the tadpoles in the water under the vault, and flew back to the industrial area to collect more slime balls to feed the next unlucky tadpoles doomed to go up to the steaming hot nether roof. Farming slime with a looting sword is so easy here that even after 2047 days, I haven't built a slime farm. But that would have to change soon, since I was going to decorate this area. But we'll get to that. Armed with a few stacks of slime, I flew back to the Hall of Fame, caught myself a bunch of tadpoles, and went back to the nether roof for round 2. Any dimension, except for my overworld, likes bugging out on me. I spent a moment swimming through bedrock while frog levitated midair. Nothing a moment of letting the world load while chilling in the menu won't fix. A few moments later, after some intense force feeding, we had our frogs. And that just meant I had to build up a magma cube farm in a basalt delta biome, where the large magma cubes got killed and the small ones got eaten by my froggy friends to produce frog lights, so they also got killed. The only issue was that I hadn't figured out the design for that farm just yet. So rather than doing the research on stream, we tended to the other thing that was yet to be completed. I left the frogs chilling in the nether for a bit, while I flew out to a nearby lush cave to get the one thing that was missing in the Hall of Thousands. These caves are the only place where you can find spore blossoms. And these hanging flowers are absolutely worth a trip to such a cave. Just putting one on the ceiling creates a magical rain of green spore particles. Combine that with a few leaves here and there, some seagrass, and a few sea pickles, and our still vault room turned into the magical room that I wanted it to be. I can't wait to come back here again at day 3000 to put the second of 6 books on a pedestal. That day, after the stream, I built up the Froglight farm, and with the Hall of Thousands finished and that farm done, we now had 950 days left to turn this mess into something remarkable. It was time to lock in and focus. And that meant we would be spending a lot of time underground in the dark mess that was my industrial area. So no more fancy builds to look at, and no more shaders, because it was way too dark down here. And if I kept the shaders on, my stream chat wouldn't be able to see anything. Now, before we could actually start decorating, there were 2 more farms that I wanted to set up, because those farms would automatically produce building blocks that we would need later when it was time to make the area look good. But we were getting to the point where I had to be smart when deciding where our farms go. So when I tried to decide where our slime farm would go, well, I ran into a challenge. You see, we have 2 witch farms in the base. Now, every time we are within 128 blocks of either one of those, they generate resources for us. Now slime farms, they rely on slime chunks. So putting a tower in the middle here to farm slimes in one of those chunks, well, it would work, but if we're in the area to load the witch farm, we're also spawning slimes into that tower. So our witch farms would stop working. And that's not good. So the solution is to build the slime farms under the mountain, but as far away from our witch farms as possible. Which means down in the floor. Now, that's pretty smart and all, but that tower up there generates way more slime than this tiny little thing, of course. So I decided that rather than a 21-layer tower, I would just build a bunch of 3-layer high farms and connect their outputs together. That just left the minor issue of figuring out where the slime chunks were though. You see, I am not using F3, and I'm also not using chunk borders or chunk base. So to figure that out, we had to rely on some other tricks. For step 1, I figured out a chunk corner using a map, since map corners are also chunk corners, always. Step 2, I made a grid out of glowstone markers to distinguish the chunks from one another. And then, step 3, by flying up high enough to let any existing slimes despawn, I managed to force new ones to spawn in. And right at the moment when they spawned, they gave away the secret of the slime chunks under my mountain. Easy enough. So with plenty of chunks located, I started clearing out the terrain for the farms. The lower down we can build these, the better the witch farms above will still work in the future. So I got rid of lava pools, set up a beacon to mine the slime chunks down to bedrock, and started setting up the farms. It took me about 40 game days to get all of them done, which is a solid 13 hours of constructing slime farms. But trust me when I say that the end result would totally be worth it. Through underground water channels, right on top of the bedrock, I transported all the slime to the room under the super smelter. And this room would be the first place underground that we would enjoy spending time in. I figured that since we would be using the super smelter a lot over the coming 900 days, all the time that we spent making this place look good would surely pay dividends. The key to keeping motivation to work on your world is making sure that it's enjoyable to play in. And one of the best ways to do just that is making sure that the spots you come back to time and time again just feel really cool. So after setting up a bubble elevator, chests and hoppers to collect all the slime farm output, it was time to turn this output room into one of those cool places. And that started by making it less square. A quick snow outline with a door frame on either side gave us a pretty decent idea of what we were working with. I could see the oval shape work well, but I wanted something to give the room character. So I came up with the idea to build a pond on the side opposite our output chest for the farms. Like so often though, someone in my stream chat offered a suggestion that got me thinking about a cool design. Since this wasn't just the output room for the smelter, but also for the slime farms, we could use some slime blocks as decoration. Now, I don't really like the whole thing where you make your farm look exactly like what it produces. But a small hint to it? That's a very cool idea. But if we were going to use slime here, well, then there was a block that would go with that so well, and we had only just gotten access to it. So I flew out from under the mountain and hopped through my portal to the nether roof that was hiding away in the snowy swamp, where I picked up a stack of verdant frog lights. Back at the base, I hid those deep in the bedrock of the pool we were making, before covering them up with slime blocks. Putting water on top of that, and a small pile of slime sticking out of the water. I could definitely work with this as a centerpiece for the room, but it was still missing something. A little life. So I made a quick trip to the ice spike biome to bring back 2 frogs who would solve that. I know, I was breaking my into rule here, but just look at these guys. They're just too cool. So I walked them all the way to the mountain, dropped them down in a boat, and guided them to our smelter output room, where they will get to live in this slimy pond, forever watching over our slime supply. Just to make sure they really liked it here, I quickly gave them some kelp to play with, and then it was time to get back on track and decorate the room around them. Which was easier said than done, but I was going to prove exactly how stubborn I can be. The basalt walls were easy enough, but as I got busy installing the redstone doors to the room, I quickly ran into a serious problem. No matter what I tried, I couldn't figure out a way to fit all the required components under the door. There was always a block of bedrock blocking me somewhere. And since there was no way to move the door up either without colliding with the super smelter output in the ceiling, we had to make room for it. So I spent the next day removing bedrock blocks with this weird TNT piston trick until there was plenty of space to work with. Bedrock may be unbreakable, but that's not going to stop me from installing a door wherever I want to. With all the new room, I set up the redstone circuit, and a few minutes later, we called it a day for that stream. But the next morning, I went all out to complete the smelter output room as a surprise for my stream when we started up again. So when we went through that door again, the room looked very different. And if I do say so myself, really cool. Under normal circumstances, this room is pretty dark, even though it's completely spawn-proofed. But whenever the furnaces are on, well, then the bamboo ceiling lets enough light through to light up the entire room. This place was now the industrial engine room to my base. But before we could add another farm to it, I had to go out to collect a resource we would need a lot of in the near future. I decided to turn on the shaders to enjoy the view. We were going to use a lot of copper for the main part of the underground area. So I flew out to find some copper veins under the ocean and set up a beacon right away. You can truly get incredible amounts of copper from these things. So much that you might want to bring a crafting table, just to turn all the raw ores into raw ore blocks so you can carry them all home. With the first vein mostly collected up, I made my way back to the mountain to deposit all the ores into the smelter. But that wasn't enough. We weren't quite done gathering the stuff just yet. 2 more veins were found in mine that day before I ended the stream. And with that, we probably had enough copper to last us quite a while. So the next stream, we could focus on the last big farm we needed to build right now. And once that one was out of the way, well, then our transformation of the underground area could really begin. I'm sure you are wondering what that farm is exactly. Well, we're planning quite far ahead here, but I know that to make the terrain under the mountain look good, we're going to need a pretty big variety of blocks. Now there is one block in particular that would help a lot, and we can fully automate the collection of it. That block is the dripstone block. To prepare for the construction of the farm, I had already collected a shulker box full of dripstone blocks and pointed dripstone that I yoinked from a cave under the swamp. Getting this stuff was actually a lot easier than I had anticipated, although it was a little tricky to get a beacon set up down there. Just in case I needed more resources, I decided to leave the beacon down there for a bit while I made my way back to the mountain. The hole for the farm was already there, right in between the slime farms and the super smelter bamboo farm. I had dug out a pretty massive rectangle to prepare for construction, so we could get right into it. Step 1 was covering the floor with moss blocks, because this farm relies on slime flying machines to harvest up the output. So we needed a block that didn't stick to slime, which means leaves, glazed terracotta, obsidian, or a bunch of other options would work too, but they were all a lot harder to get, so moss seemed like the obvious choice. Once the floor was in place, I got some frog lights to line the walls and floor, so we didn't make an accidental mob farm. Then the bottom slime swiper to harvest up the stalagmites, and the ceiling layer where we would have to hang the pointed dripstone to form stalactites. That just left for the water on top and a quick test run. So far, so good. Next, I came up with a redstone circuit to activate both the top and bottom flying machine at the same time, as well as a return station on the other side. And by the end of the stream, we had a functional dripstone farm. I ended up adding more underground water channels to collect the output and transport it to the smelter room as well, which was starting to look like a serious resource collection hub. And with that done too, we finally got to the point where it was time to outline for our underground decoration project. So I flew up to my floating storage room and started building out with temporary blocks from there. But we had barely gotten started when I flew to the sidewall of the cave to look at it, and it didn't look right at all. I'll explain the issue while we replace the first reference lines in a better spot. Now, I won't spoil too much too early on, but I want the cave to feel like a massive open area that naturally formed. Right in the middle of it will be a network of bridges connecting a large-scale mining operation. Now, I thought at first that the storage room would be a part of that, but as I placed the reference lines on the side of it, I realized that the storage room is too big to effectively hide in a bridge structure or a tower. It would need a pretty massive foundation to support a structure that looks that big and heavy. But since the storage room is right in the middle of the cave, that would make the cave as a whole feel small. Can you imagine? Well, maybe this will help. If we use that as a reference for our first bridge, that leaves plenty of space to fly around the cave. The only question is, how do we hide that storage room from sight? Well, I have an idea for it, but we can only hope we get that far before day 3000. First, we have to focus on the bridges, because the reference for those will help me a lot to understand the layout of the room. So I kept building temporary snow lines and sand pillars, flying out, getting a feel for the look and proportions, and then adding to it. Until eventually, I understood it enough to figure out the first location for the first building that would connect to these bridges. That circle would be the foundation for our forge, a place where all the ores mined underground would be smelted into ingots. This place will look incredible when it's done, and it will hold another farm inside of it as well. But first, I built up the outline to understand its scale, because we weren't quite done with the outlining for all our bridges just yet. By the end of that stream, I managed to get the framework done, which was awesome. But there was a major issue. With the addition of the bridges, the dripstone farm, and the 7 slime farms we had built up, we got ourselves caught up in a things will get worse before they get better type of situation. All the snow blocks that I had used for the farms and the outlines looked awful. So I stayed up very late that night to prepare for stream the next day. I decided to fix our issue overnight. And this thing right here was gonna help me do it. This is a basalt generator, and it produces an insane amount of blocks. Now, basalt has an issue. The block has a very different top and bottom texture than a side texture. So it's not the best block to outline terrain with, because it ends up looking incredibly messy. Smooth basalt, however, has the same texture all around, but the only place it spawns naturally is as the outer shell of an amethyst geode. Luckily, you can make smooth basalt by putting regular basalt through a furnace. So a basalt generator plus a super smelter equals more blocks than I could ever use. And with those blocks, I went to work. I built up wireframe terrain that looked like it could have been naturally formed over the slime, dripstone, and bamboo farms, as well as the super smelter itself. Then I filled all of that in with the smooth basalt blocks, and I started placing deep slate slabs and stairs on top of it to get rid of the torch span. My plan is to keep this cave incredibly dark as long as we're building it, so we can choose which areas to light up later, which will make them immediately pop out visually as soon as we enter the area. For now, at the very least, hiding all those farms made out of plain snow blocks had returned some much needed visual calm through the cave floor, which meant we could actually see what we were doing again with the frameworking. Now, I have gotten a little bit ahead of myself, because all of this terrain was a 2-day project in real life. And it's not what we worked on during the stream, because the day before, we had actually realized there was another farm missing that we were really going to need. I had to get myself a piglin bartering farm, for among other things, Blackstone. So on day 2227, we had set off to the nether roof to pull off something tricky. Something that honestly terrified me because of what happened in my previous world. I had to catch a bunch of piglins. Technically, there wasn't a lot that could go wrong, as long as I wore my golden helmet. But there's a memory haunting me that might mean I never feel safe around piglins ever again. Still, whatever needs to be done, needs to be done. So I flew to the top of my gold farm, and built out to the side with snow blocks to create a temporary spawning platform. As long as you build these platforms high enough up in the air, you can fly up to despawn all the mobs below and then glide back down until your platform presents the only available spawning spaces. Pretty epic strategy if you're looking for a special mob. And sure enough, it took me less than a minute to get our first piglins to spawn. So I trapped them in a boat and flew up again to repeat the process. Less than 15 minutes later, I had all the piglins I needed. So I trimmed the snow platform to remove the extra spawning spaces, and with all the piglins safely stored away in boats, I got busy building up the farm. I can't say that I enjoyed setting the piglins free and luring them into their holding cells. This was honestly terrifying, but I absolutely did enjoy putting their name tags on. The entire process of setting up the farm went by much faster than I expected, because by day 2231, I was ready to fill up the dispensers with gold ingots and get the bartering underway. This farm would supply us with the blackstone we needed, but also crying obsidian, which we would use plenty of before these 1,000 days are over. The next day, I worked tirelessly on cleaning up the floor of the mountain cave, but when it was time to stream, we focused on the real project at hand. With the blackstone from the bartering farm, I started building up the base of the first pillar that would carry the elevated bridge in the cave. Higher up off the floor, I transitioned to deep slate variations with some mud bricks and tough patches for variation. It all looked very dark, but that was exactly what I was looking for here. The real life of the cave happened around this structure. It doesn't have to draw too much attention. At the same time, I wanted to display considerable wealth, and that's where the bridge pavement comes into play. With a combination of deep slate bricks, chiseled deep slate blocks, and waxed cut copper blocks. This structure belongs to a civilization of metal workers, but we'll get to that later. Once I had figured out the pattern for the side of the bridge pavement, I went to work with stairs, slabs, and walls to fill in the sides as well as the top. And before long,